And welcome back. We're here in beautiful Houston for TSRS round number 2. It's a little hot out today, roughly about 90 degrees as we're about to get going here this afternoon. Joined in the booth, Ron John coming back here to work with Kart Chaser yet again. Ron John, how do you think today's going to go?
Well, based on things so far, hopefully it's going to be a really nice day. I know it's kind of hot out there for our drivers. Going to need to definitely stay hydrated today. But nonetheless, got some clouds. Thankfully, we have a breeze because it is definitely very, very warm today. I think the last time I looked at the temperature gauge, it felt like 100 degrees out here. So, yeah, welcome to the Texas Heat. But in the Texas Heat, we got to have ourselves some really, really good racing here. First thing we'll get started here this morning will be our, this afternoon that is, will be our qualifying. We'll be getting underway with qualifying here in just a little bit. My first time here at this particular facility, here at the SpeedSportz. Really, really nice layout here. Alan Rudolph in the game have really put together a really, really fine facility. Not necessarily exactly in downtown Houston. We're out kind of out to this north and east of Houston, a little town called New Caney, Texas, hosting the event this weekend. Got a really, really nice field drivers here this weekend. Again, just getting qualifying underway here. First group out. Right now it's Josie Chambers, the 145, 102.474. Derek Wargo right now in that second spot with David Yarborough, that is, in the third position. And as I say that, there comes Keelan Harvick. Harvick now up into the third spot, a 102.202. It was Gage Bailey, though, went purple with a 101.851. Again, just getting underway, qualifying here for our first group.
Yeah, and while they're out there on track, just a little recap of how they're going to do things here this afternoon. So right now they're on their first heat race of the afternoon. They're going to do heat race number 1. Once that's over with, sorry, they're doing qualifying right now. Then they're going to do their heat race afterwards. Once they get done with the heat race, they're going to call it good. And then it's going to go on to tomorrow. We're going to do heat race number 2, which I think they count as the pre-final and their feature. So it's kind of a quick weekend. But as you're talking about, it's really hot out this afternoon, or this whole weekend, I should say. It's going to be in the 90s. Usually, Texas is usually hot this time of year. I'm not used to it since I'm up from the northern region. But coming down here, I understand why they're making these weekends just a little bit shorter. But as we continue on to watch qualifying, as we're going back and forth, as we find ourselves looking at the order, it's now David Yarborough finds himself in P1, Derek Wargo in P2, and then Josie Chambers in P number 3. So Harvick was up there in the mix, got bumped back down to say that. Keelan Harvick now just goes P2. And I think there's still a decent amount of time left. Looking at our scoring board right now, looks like no update on that. So yeah, still a handful of laps to go. Again, this is for qualifying, lining up for the heat race this afternoon.
And already starting to see some of the names jump up to the top here. David Yarborough, Tyler Roberts that time went purple with a 59.110. A couple of drivers now down into the 59s. Our top, looks like our top 6-7 drivers, all the way down, actually top 9 drivers now down into the 59s. Right now in 10th position is Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the 141. Derek Wargo to the top. Derek goes purple. Kart number 2, actually in this particular kart, he is in kart number 178. I know Derek's in the other group as well, be kart number 2 with a 59.011. Right now, Derek Wargo on the pole. Just 3 laps complete right now. So it's Roberts. Tyler Roberts goes right back around and jumps up to the top with a 58.740. Gage Bailey second. Keelan Harvick's in the third spot. And Derek Wargo drops back down into 4th. It'll be Josie Chambers right now in that 5th position. David Yarborough in the 6th. It's Juan Jose Paramo in the 7th position right now with Emmett Edals in the 8th spot. It's Davis Henry in the 9th. And right now, Noah Perez routes out the top 10. Again, qualifying underway here.
Yeah, something that's interesting to see is just the amount of big names that come down here. We're talking about Keelan Harvick. Obviously, we've seen them in the Florida Winter Tour, and then also when we're running in the Rock events all throughout the Florida Winter Series. USPKS making their way all the way out here to TSRS. Now, this is a SCUSA ran series. It's got SCUSA influence on it. So, again, we've seen a lot this weekend. Obviously, there's a doubleheader going on with Stars up in the northern in Indiana going on at Newcastle Motorsports Park. So we see a lot of big names making their way out to these regional series as there's no nationals going on. Beautiful shot right now. There's the two drivers going nose to tail, making their way down the backstretch. I believe one of them may be Tyler Roberts up in the mix. I could be wrong. Can't really see the numbers from this far back. But it's still Gage Bailey out in front, Roberts in P2. Keelan Harvick finds themselves back up into P3. And then the rest of the order going down. See if there's any big movers. As of right now, it's kind of stayed top 5 and switched back and forth, but it's been the same drivers inside the top 5.
All right, right now, Josie Chambers. Josie in the 145, sitting in that 4th position. But again, this time, Gage Bailey goes purple, 58.520. That'll drop Tyler Roberts back down into 2nd. Keelan Harvick hanging on to 3rd. Chambers right now in that 4th spot, and Derek Wargo is right now in 5th. Keeping an eye on the start-finish line, looking to see if starter brings out any flags just yet. Still several more laps to go. 5 laps complete, still about 5 minutes left here in the session for qualifying.
Yeah, and with roughly running about a minute lap times, there's still probably about 5 more laps for these drivers to complete. One thing that's going to be hard for them to judge is where to set your tires at. Obviously, it's a little bit hotter. It's probably the first time. There's a lot of local guys been around here all season long, but I think this is the first really hot weekend we've had, especially down here in Texas, so you got to set your tires correctly. Something else you got to look at is tire management. Obviously, when it gets this hot, it comes time for the features and the heat races. You got to know how to save them towards the end because you could have a really good start going for yourself. When it comes time to about 5-6 laps to go, your tires could be absolutely cooked and you have nothing to do but hold on to it. And maybe someone who's good at saving their tires or reserving towards the end may have a better chance here. Especially at this track, there's a lot of hairpins, perfect for passing here. There's about 4 or 5 good passing opportunities. I think that's going to put a toll on the tires.
Yeah, it really is a really nice facility. I'm just now seeing the checkered flag come out. Wait for everybody to clear through the start-finish line, scoring and timing loop, and then we'll be able to give you a little rundown on how things shook out for this group's qualifying session. On the pole is going to be the 169 of Gage Bailey. Outside pole going to go to the 199 of Tyler Roberts. Once again, just waiting for the rest of the drivers to come back around and take the checkered flags. Looks like for the most part, I believe we're going to have maybe, nope. Yes, we have one more cart getting ready to come around and take the checkered flag. That'll wrap up qualifying. And again, Gage Bailey on the pole. Tyler Roberts on the outside in the 199. Derek Wargo ends up in the 3rd spot in the 178. Keelan Harvick in 4th in the 162. Josie Chambers ends up in the 5th position. Davey Yarba in the 6th. It's Carson Berry in the 110, ends up in 7th. Emmett Edalls in the 8th position. Davis Henry in the 9th. And it's Juan Jose Paramo in the 10th position.
So with that, that is the first qualifying session in the books. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we still have more qualifying yet to come here from TSRS round number 2. Stay tuned.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And welcome back. We're getting underway here with qualifying. Our Micro Swift is going on track, brought to you in part by Houston. Freightliner is making the way out on the circuit. So, Ranjan, I think we agreed about 6 minutes is how much time qualifying is going to be.
Yeah, so far it looks like 6 minutes has definitely been the time that we're going to have as far as qualifying goes. So our Micro Swift, brought to you by the Houston Freightliner folks and Western Star, just getting ready to roll out onto the track. And again, qualifying now underway.
Yeah, first lap is about to be in the books. That's going to start the order. We haven't, obviously, since it's the first lap out, there's going to be no lap times whatsoever that we can judge ourselves off of. This is kind of new to both you and I. This is our first time we've ever been at a TSRS event. Happy to be here. It's been a gorgeous weekend so far. A little hot, but
yep.
We can deal with that.
Of course.
I'm sure you can deal with it being from New Orleans, but they're making the way around right now. As we're looking throughout the track as well, we've seen some possible passing opportunities I think is going to see later in this afternoon. I think the final corner is going to be a good one and something that they're coming into right now. It's a quick little setup, a quick little left-hander followed by another right-hander, and right here where that four-pack is going through is going to be a good opportunity for some passing later this afternoon. Just now making way across the line. Again, these lap times are going to be out the window, as it sounds like someone may have lost a header going down the front stretch. Hopefully get that figured out. As I was saying before, oh, there it is. That is cart number 44.
Is that 44 or 27 maybe? Have to keep a look on them as they come back by.
I believe that was Kaysen G. It had a header coming off, so hopefully they can get that fixed and back underway. Again, this is qualifying, so he could find himself having a very difficult heat races this afternoon and tomorrow. He's not able to get that figured out.
All right, Amelia Gus Wonderly right now on the pole. Well, I guess that was actually their very first lap out. She really posted. I wouldn't take that number and be able to stick with that. So we'll come back to Amelia. Right now it's going to be Sawyer Chambers. It looks like Sawyer right now is going to be your top dog. I have to get those numbers straightened out here on the order. For some reason, it's got her at a 5.96. So I don't think that's the case. So we'll wait for him to cycle back around. Looks like we did have a cart go around out on the track. 15 turns here at the Allen and Rudolph layout here at the SpeedSportz complex.
That sounds like it does look like it's cart 44, so that is G who has the header coming off. I'm surprised he hasn't come in yet, because I think if you're able to come in, you have just enough time to put it back on.
And get back out?
And hopefully in his situation, something like the springs just come off, which is a quick, I mean, it's going to be extremely hot because this is the exhaust, but if you have two extra springs laying around, you can pop them back on so he can get a time in the books, because right now, even with the exhaust coming off, which is automatic disqualification, he's still running towards the back, and I think there's a huge performance loss with that exhaust.
All right, once again, these guys running about a minute time lapse, so qualifying is 5 minutes. Already got, actually it's 6 minutes, so they've got 4 laps in, just a couple more to go here. Sawyer Chambers right now sitting on the pole. The number 25, Aston Wyatt, that is, in the 20 run right now in second. Royce Vega, Royce in the 33 right now sits in the third position, excuse me. And then Sawyer Chambers right now is in the 4th with Emerson Lane in the 5th position. Again, 5 laps in, just a couple more laps to go here in qualifying.
Yeah, they're over halfway on the time scale. As we can hear in the background, there is cart number 44, the Burrell.
Yep.
Of Kaysen G, still finding themselves. Although it sounds like it's cleaning up towards the end of the straight. I'm not a mechanic anymore. I used to be a while back on shifters, never on the micros or minis, but hopefully he can get himself cleaned up and get some good laps in. As we were talking about before, they did update the time, so it is now Amelia finding themselves, well, it still shows a fast lap time of a 5 flat, but her fastest lap, oh, no, they didn't update it. It says that she did a 51.
Yeah, and it looks like the best time so far has been a 59.3.
Yes, that's
by
Paxton Dyson finding themselves up in front. Ashton Wyatt finds himself in P2. Royce Vega, familiar name to us, finds himself in P number 3. Sawyer's Chambers in P4. And Pashao Ali finds himself in P5. So all those are still subject to change. We're now over 4 minutes in, so roughly about 5 minutes and some time left to go here in the qualifying run. Beautiful shot here of the pack running all together. Again, this is them being miled down. We were talking to the drivers' meeting, we were seeing the drivers' meeting, they're allowing bump drafting. Sometimes you don't see that on a national level, so that may, when you get into the L206s, the KAs, usually guys with a little bit more experience, the junior classes and both of those as well, we might see a little bit of strategy going into play when it comes to qualifying.
Going to be interesting because it is quite a pretty good run now from turn number 5 to 6 down that backstretch. And once again, I'll keep an eye on turn number 6 over there, as well as another looked like a pretty good passing area as well over there. A little bit deeper braking zone as you head down that backstretch, obviously. Gives them a chance to maybe cut down to the inside there. Doesn't always necessarily set themselves up for the next turn, but nonetheless, we'll have to keep an eye on turn number 6.
Something else I think was interesting too is to make their way to this final corner that you and I have a good shot of. You can see the leaders, well, now that the screen they're going down this hairpin. When they make their way, we'll make sure to call it out. From there all the way down in the quick chicane before we go down the double right-hander of turns, I think that's 4 and 5. That's also a good run. I mean, that chicane appears to be, I mean, you may have to lift just a little bit, but if you can time it right, or just have to let off and maybe get back to the back bumper, that could be another decent run before you get on that long straightaway as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. That happens to be one thing that happens to be blocked for us to be able to actually see is that back corner up to our left as we're facing the track. So we really don't get a good look at turn numbers 4 and 5, but we can see them exit 4 and 5 and make that run back down the backstretch. So
here's this final corner we were talking about. They have a wide exit, which I think is a beautiful shot. Here's some other back markers making their way into there right now. There's the quick left-hander before you go into that final corner at the top of your screen. Look for some passing opportunities there, and then they make that long run out of that final corner all the way down into the double right-hander through a chicane, so I think that's going to be interesting to watch. All
right, we've had a change in the lead right now. Our pole sitter right now, based on time, went purple, 59.216. A 59.216 for Ashton Wyatt. Paxton Dyson in second, and the number 22 with a 59.409. It's Sawyer Chambers right now in third in the 25. Royce Vega in fourth, and Pasha Ali right now in the 42 is in that fifth spot. Again, Ashton Wyatt, a 59.216. Oh, checkered flag is out.
Checkered flag is out, as they still have a handful of drivers still yet to take it. As of right now, it's Ashton Wyatt on provisional pole. As the rest of the drivers coming across the line, we keep an eye on that timesheet. Paxton Dyson finds himself in P2. Again, this is still provisional, as they still have, some drivers have a half lap, some have already got the checkered. Oh, we got one drop of the wheel coming back onto the track. That was a 25 of Sawyer Chambers. Got a little sideways coming into that second to last corner. He was not able to improve his time, so he's going to maintain P3. Royce Vega is going to lock in that 4th spot. Still a couple of drivers still yet to come. They're lighting up on our timesheet, looking down on the board, see if there's any other shakeups. So Ashton Wyatt still on point. Roughly about 3 more cars still yet to take the checkered here. Out of the second to last corner goes the final cart. Coming down to the line, it is going to be Ashton Wyatt, going to set provisional pole. Again, this is for your Micro Swift, sponsored your part by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. Finds himself in P number 1. Paxton Dyson finds himself P2. Sawyer Chambers in the 3rd spot. P number 4 goes to Royce Vega. And Pasha Ali finds himself in P number 5. We're going to take it to another quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere, as we're going to come back here with more racing for the TSR race, brought to you by Auction Texas. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as Iami and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
And welcome back. We're about to get things going here. On track now is the KA100. And that is going to be sponsored by, as I look down through my sponsor list, 4T Concrete Plumbing is going to be the sponsor here for KA100 Junior. Big thanks to all of our sponsors who are involved in making sure that this racing can go on, making a better deal for the drivers. They're going to break this group up. It appears there's 2 separate groups going out on track right now. If I'm not mistaken, I think that maybe some drivers trying to spread themselves out just because this is a larger side field. Beautiful shot here of the guys, first ones to come out on track. Again, we'll have complete updates for you guys once they come across. Our scoring time is able to update. Here's the first lap in the books, and so far it looks like it's going to be Justin Music. It's going to be out in front of Beckett Friesen, running in P2. Joey Domi is going to find themselves in the 3rd spot. Again, all this is subject to change. This is the first lap in the books. We already have a yellow out in turn number 1. It's going to be in the back parts of the track where it's hard for us to see, a little bit difficult. There's another shot. Again, bump drafting is allowed for qualifying. A lot of times when you go to different series have different opinions on what it is for bump drafting. In my opinion, none of them are right, none of them are wrong. It's whatever the track and the series feels comfortable with, along with the drivers. Here they decided we're going to allow bump drafting, and I think it's going to put on a good show for us. Already can see some tandem drivers, maybe even a couple of 3-packs up in the mix, guys going to nose to tail, but it's a game you got to play. You can make sure if you're bump drafting, you're able to use the toe. Seeing as it is such a windy day out today, it's going to be a huge factor. However, if the driver in front of you does make an error, it's going to not only hurt their lap, but your lap and the guy behind you. So it's got to be somebody you trust, someone you know is fast. Maybe you don't have to trust them, just know if they're a quick driver, someone who's very consistent, and he can stay in the toe and hope for a good lap time. Here's some more tandem driving. You'll see them break up in the corners. When we get on the straightaways, that toe comes in effect, especially with how windy it is here this afternoon. They'll get back up to nose to tail, start pushing each other. There's the connection between the two of them. They back it back off for the coming to that hairpin. I believe that is turn number 8. Making the way, there's 2 more bunched up nose to tail, a couple of Burrells up in the mix. Looks like there's another, I believe that may be a CRG or maybe a Parolin right behind. Two drivers going nose to tail. Again, this is KA100 Junior. Looking down the timesheet, 2 laps are in the books so far. That is about 2 minutes and 50 seconds is in the books. Elio Meza finds himself up in pole position. Lando Skinner finds himself in P2. David Cunningham finds himself in P number 3. They all got bumped because here comes Ernesto Riviera is now your new pole sitter. Elio Meza into P2 now. Skinner goes back to P3, Cunningham to P4. P number 5, there's another mix in the books. Again, this tandem driving is going to be shaking up the mix all throughout the qualifying time. Cooper Shipman now finds himself up into P4. Oscar Eilif now goes purple on pole position. And a couple of those in the mix in the pack that you're seeing at the top of your screen. That 4-pack has a couple of heavy hitters. Oscar Eilif is up in that mix. I believe Cooper Shipman is not too far back from those front 3. Cooper Shipman is on that Tony Kart. He is hometown is Austin, Texas, so he's got a lot of experience here. Elio Meza gets bumped to P number 5, also a Texas native, finding himself on a Tony Kart. Ernesto Rivera finds himself back in a P4. Davis Cunningham just went purple now. He is out in front. Ernesto Rivera says, no, I'll take that right back from you. He now goes purple. Cunningham to P2, Skinner to P3. Austin Roy now finds himself in the top 5. Just for a moment, they get bumped down to P6 as Eilif goes purple yet again. Elio Meza decides to take it right back. He went a 55.7. Oscar Iliff had a 55.74. There's 2 100 separates the top two. Cooper Shipman now finds himself in P3. Ernesto Rivera finds himself in P4. Cunningham running in the 5th spot. Skinner just outside the top 5 in the 6th position. Austin Roy finds himself in the top 10 of P number 8. Joey Friend now cracks to the top 10, goes to P9. Cameron Reed just outside the top 10, right behind Gabriela Kafika, running in the 10th position. Diego Guido now goes to P10. He's going to bump out Gabriela. Cameron Reed now finds himself in P number 12. Top 10 continues to shake up. Meza goes purple yet again. Back on point. Sorry, Elio Meza out in front. Shipman goes back to P3. Oscar Iliff goes to P2. Gabriela now finds himself up into P7, takes about 3 spots advantage. Oscar Iliff gets bumped back to P3. Cooper Shipman goes to P2. Meza still out in front in P1. 5 laps are complete. Checkered is not out yet. There's roughly about 51 seconds left in this qualifying run, so some of these guys are working the last lap. Some of these guys are about to hit their last lap coming across the line. Tires are definitely set up to run in the later game. There's a beautiful shot. 4 in a row. They're not bump drafting, but they are running nose to tail. A little bit of separation between the two of them. Mays is still out in front. He went a 55.373. Shipman finds himself in P2, roughly about 2/10 off. Iliff to P3, Skinner P4. Ernesto Riviera not able to improve the lap. They're going to stay locked into P7. Checkered flag still not out. They're going to get one more lap. Oscar Iliff goes to P2. Braden Domingue finds himself in P number 5. Shipman able to improve his time, but not quick enough to take a crack at Meza. Meza was not able to improve on his time. He still stays at a 55.3. Last lap for him was a 55.4. Looks like everyone may be starting to plateau. Reagan Saval finds himself in P10. Austin Roy finds himself in the 11th spot. Joey Friend in 12th. Ernesto Riviera, 7th. Davis Cunningham, 6th. Braden Domingue, 5th. Lando Skinner, 4th. Oscar Iliff, 3rd. Cooper Shipman, 2nd. Elio Meza in P1. Checkered flag is now out. They're going to have one more lap to try to throw a time down. Meza still out in front, holds about a 1/10 advantage over Cooper Shipman, who was able to take some time off, but not able to get down as far as he needed to. Last run across the line. No big improvers just yet. Leaders still yet to come back around. Iliff crossed the line, can't improve. Cooper Shipman goes purple. He went a 55.347 over Elio Meza's 55.372. Meza improved, but not enough. He's going to have to settle for 2nd. Oscar Iliff locks in 3rd with the 55.581. Lando Skinner 4th. Braden Domingue finds himself in P number 5. Davis Cunningham in 6th. Ernesto Rivera finds himself in 7th. Gabrielle finds himself in P number 8. Cameron Reed 9th. Reagan Saval finds himself out in the 10th position. Austin Roy just outside the 10th in the 11th spot. We're going to take it down, a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have an interview lined up for us where the hometown hero is about to join us. But before that, don't go anywhere. We're going to have to get a word from our sponsors.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallenUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
And in the booth with me, we got a hometown here. Someone who's got a whole lot of laps here at SpeedSportz. Aiden Rudolph. Aiden, how you feeling this afternoon?
Feeling actually pretty good. We've been rolling all day yesterday, and we've been pretty gnarly all day today. Yesterday we broke the track record by 2/10, so only looking forward to doing that more today.
Now, obviously, your father's got a lot of history when it comes to racing. He's been big in the Florida Winter Tour. He has, I think, the most amount of wins still at Rock Island Grand Prix, or tied, that is. How much advice did he give you coming around here? Because your dad did design the track, didn't he?
Yeah, he did design the track. I mean, I just have so many laps around this place. I don't think I need much coaching. I mean, back then when we first opened the track, yeah, but these days I'm pretty good around here.
Now we're about to. You're going to call qualifying with me with the KA Masters. You're obviously running KA Senior. What challenges is the Heat going to bring you guys today?
You know, physically the challenges. You know, we're probably burning about 3,000 calories out there per session, and it's going to be super physical. So I think just body-wise and physicality, I think will be a big struggle. But chassis-wise, just low pressures and send it.
Now, Ron John and I were talking before. Obviously, this is new heat for us, since we're from different areas of the world.
Yeah.
But coming to it, we're talking about tire pressures and tire degradation. Obviously, these tires have held up when they run like SCUSA, the Summer Series out of Newcastle. How concerned are you guys with tires?
I mean, it should be pretty fine. The first race this year at NOLA, it was pretty not this weather at all. So it'll be a challenge. I think the Sunday final will be pretty well. It'll be all right because it's supposed to rain tomorrow, so we should be fine. We'll put on a set of rain tires and send it.
Well, let's hope it doesn't rain.
Yeah.
Trevor's over there shaking his head,
yeah.
hoping it doesn't rain.
Yeah.
Now, looking down the the Masters class about to make its way, it's on track. Who are some heavy hitters we should look out for?
I think for sure James Lundberg. Robbie Mott has always been fast here, especially he burns a bunch of laps. Miguel Mir is always really fast, no matter where. And Martin Stone, my guy, he'll be up there too.
The engines are just now fired. Hopefully, to send them on their way here shortly. They're sitting in the covered pit area, which I'm sure feels fantastic on them right now.
Mm-hmm.
Something else we're talking about too was bump drafting. Do you have a partner you're going to bump draft with when you go out on track?
Yeah, me and Braden Robertson and my teammate Ethan Arndt, we've been working pretty well together these 2 morning warm-ups. I think we're just going to do the same thing for quali.
How big of a factor do you think bump draft's going to play for you guys?
Honestly, it's not that much. My solo pace has been very good, so I'm not worried. If I don't get drafted, then I'll still be fast.
Well, there you go. There it is. We're going to have to look for the draft with those two guys. Engines are just fired for the KA Masters, about to make their way out on track. There's a beautiful shot of the grid area. You can see them tucked into their carts. Again, that is covered. There's a little push-off, making their way out on track. First lap, they're just going to register, and when they come across second time, we're going to have some good lap times. Aiden, why don't you call them out there?
What was that?
Why don't you go ahead and call out the first lap for him?
All right. You know, with this heat especially, I don't think tire warm up shouldn't be an issue. I think just sitting on grid, your tires are already pretty up to temperature, so it shouldn't be too long until they until these Masters guys get good lap times in. You can already see kind of in the second pack there, right behind Miguel Mir. They're all racing. I think that's the last thing you should be doing in qualifying, but I mean, whatever works for these older gentlemen.
First lap about to be in the books here shortly as they're making their way out of the final couple of corners. Again, not a whole lot to talk about here when they go off of the start. There's no times that are in the books or anything. Nose to tail, the first couple of guys. We were talking to Aiden. He said that bump drafting is going to be a huge factor. Something else I was wondering about too is the amount of wind. It's a little windy. Obviously, it's windier up here than it is downstairs. How much do you think wind's going to play a factor into things?
You know, especially I think right now it's pretty gnarly headwind, so draft might be crucial in this session especially.
No, I agree with that. I think the wind looks like it's coming from this way,
Yeah.
so going down that straight might be a little interesting. See some guys up on the wheel, a couple guys right in the toe from behind. Now that straightaway it is pretty long. How important is it to get the run of those final 2 corners? Is that a good passing area?
Yeah, no, it's crucial those last couple corners. You want to get as much wide entry, so you can get your wheel as straight as possible on the exit and get as much of straight line speed as possible.
Now, something we wonder about is it looks like it's a good opportunity for passing when they make their way in there. How much of a factor that's going to play when they try to set someone else for a pass? Maybe you're following a guy, trying to set him up for a pass down there to turn 6 or 7, that hairpin, and someone decides to dive bomb you. Is that going to be a huge factor, you think?
Maybe not. Maybe not as much. I think during the racing we'll do more of a defensive line through the chicane, and we'll kind of ruin our run onto the straight. But I think whenever the racing comes, it'll be all fine.
Looking down the timesheet right now, looks like it is Martin Stone out in front with Andy Miller running in P number 2. James Lumberg finds himself in P number 3. Robert Mott finds himself in the 4th position. And Morgan LeBron finds himself in P number 5. Again, we're roughly about 2.5 minutes in. 6-minute qualifying time session. We're talking about, too, myself and Ron John, he was up here, about the type of setup you guys are going to do. Do you set up for earlier or do you set up for later?
I think especially in qualifying, your first couple of laps are going to be your fastest laps, so you want to set up early in quali. Obviously, for the longer races, you want to set up for the long run. But what's really interesting is the top 5 right now are all in the same pack. They're all in the same group, which I found in the 2 warm-ups. Me and Braden Robertson and my teammate Ethan Arndt, we all went out in the back together, and we were top 3. So I think pack racing or pack drafting, especially in qualifying, is a huge factor right now.
Yeah, I would agree. We saw that with some of the lower categories with the mini and the micros. I have a feeling when we get to the 206s and the KAs, it's going to be just as important. There's a good shot of them going into that those 2 corners, the 2 right-handers, trying to make your way down that long straightaway. As Aiden was talking about before, you can't really try to hope that no one dive bombs you going in there because that can ruin you to run down the backstretch. There's a good 3-pack. To make their way out of the hairpin into that second set of hairpins. Now, something else we're talking about, Aiden, is drafting distance. Now, you just came from running at USPKS at GoPro. Obviously, that track is known for a pack racing track. You come to a track like here, it's got some longer sections, got some tighter sections. But how close do you want to be in order to field the draft?
Honestly, depending on what gear ratios, I don't know what gear ratios these masters are running. But you have, at this track especially, you have to be pretty darn close to the guys in front. But especially with this headwind, I don't think you have to be as close.
Now, coming from a track like GoPro, when you're up in the mix, then all of a sudden you're running, you could be running into about 4 or 5 guys, then a train goes by you. Obviously, that is known as like the pack racing of all tracks. How much of a mind difference is it going from there to a track like here? Obviously, I have a lot of laps, so I'm sure it's a quick change. But for someone who runs on the USPKS schedule, never been here before, how much of a change would that be?
It's honestly a really good racing track. I don't think there's any. I think after the first couple sessions, if you've never been here before, it's a super easy track to learn. You'll be right up the pace as soon as you get here. So I don't think there's any struggles coming from GoPro at this point.
There it is, as they are going to do another update on the timesheet. Looks like it is still Robbie Mott out in front, or actually bumped Martin Stone back to P2. Vincent Clement finds himself on the mix of P number 3. James Lumberg into P4. Morgan LeBron finds himself in P number 5. Shane Breckett in the 6th. Andy Miller 7th. Kyle Yavinsky finds himself in P8. I say that as there's a big shakeup. Stone still in P1, and then that's James Lumberg goes to P2. Mott to P3. Clement to P4. Miller P5. Miguel Meyer finds himself in P number 6. Morgan LeBron in P7. Shane Burkett finds himself in P number 8. Kyle Yagutsky finds himself in P9. And Doug Foxworth in the 10th position. We're just over 5 minutes in, so there's still going to be roughly about another 30 seconds to go before the checker flag comes out. We're looking on track. Typically, you know, the Masters class, it's known as the respect class. A lot of these guys know they have to go to work on Monday, and they don't really run each other too hard, but sometimes it's been a close battle. I've seen on track with all the pack race stuff they've had.
Yeah, no, especially I think right now they've pretty evened out. Top 4 have been in the same pack all day. I think Robbie Mott, this is going to be a flyer from Robbie Mott. I think Martin Stone especially, they're going to have one more lap, so Martin Stone's going to have a burner this lap because he's just rolling on that pack in front. As we say that, Martin Stone's still in P1.
Yeah, Stone in P1, Lumberg P2, Robbie Mott in P3, Clement in P4, and then LeBron in P5. As you were saying before, that front group has all been packed up together. Oh, they're going back and forth, going to that hairpin. That's not going to be good for qualifying time.
Yeah, I mean, especially that guy in first. I don't really know. Is that the Andy Miller guy?
I believe it is.
Yeah, so he just had a monster toe going onto the straight, and he passed. He passed. So I think this is going to be a very good lap from Andy Miller.
We're going to keep an eye on it as they make their way out of that second set of hairpins, coming their way down towards the inner parts of the track, coming to the final corner. Let's see if he's going to have a good lap or if something he may get a little bit of a boot. Nope, he's going to stay clean through the final corner. This is going to be interesting to see what time he gets. That's a 2:49. See what time he can get coming across the line. Looks like no improvement. Checkered flag is out, so if no one else puts down a heater from behind, that's going to be Martin Stone on pole, James Lundberg in P2, Robbie Mott in P3, Vincent Clement in P4, and then Morgan LeBron in P number 5.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying. Especially in qualifying, you want to go for that early run package on your chassis. As you can see, none of the front guys went any faster on the last couple laps. So yeah, especially for qualifying, you want that early run on those new tires. Especially in this heat, it'll just overwork the tires.
Yeah, and they're making their way into the pits. I believe we're going to go to another commercial break. When we come back, we got Ron John back in the booth. He had to get some fruit. It's a little hot out here this afternoon to get him some hydration. And I want to say thank you, sir, for joining me up in the booth. You want to thank anyone before we let you go here?
No, I want to thank the whole Alan Rudolph Racing Academy SpeedSportz package. We've been on rails this whole week. Thank you to Mark French, Franz, my mechanic. We've put together a very good package, and I'm excited for the rest of the weekend.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Good luck out track, and we're hopefully put out a good show for us in qualifying.
Yes, sir.
All right, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we still got more qualifying yet to come.
Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products Easy GP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
All right, welcome back to beautiful New Caney, Texas, as we are here at the SpeedSportz facility. It's the Texas Sprint Race karting series going on here at SpeedSportz, as we're getting ready to have our kids' karts come out and go out for their qualifying. Again, they'll go out for, it looks like it's going to be, 6 minutes, I believe. I have to wait for them to go ahead and come back around. I believe they've already taken the green flag, so they are out and underway here. Qualifying for our youngsters here, Trevor.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't get on the mic very much,
No,
Ron
you don't,
John.
so come on.
I just figured I'd hop on real quick while I've got Caleb delivering some water over to some of our camera guys real quick. It's a hot one out here.
It really is.
It really is. This heat's beating down I'm seeing people all around the pits just sweating, just
A lot of people wilting. I happen to have been one of them.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, it's wet. It's
Lots of water today, that's for sure. And I certainly hope that the drivers are doing the same thing, and that is making sure they're hydrated, because it's really, really hot out on the circuit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. To make sure everyone's staying hydrated. Like I said, it's hot. What are we looking at? It's right sitting at 91 degrees. Texas heat a little different though. It just sits there, and you just feel it all day, and you just get moist and heavy, and it's disgusting. Just want to hop on and remind everyone, we've got our premium membership available. I know before it was an issue for iPhones to get on. Like, you could not get on the YouTube app, and you would not see a join button. That's because Apple wanted to make it a little hard for everyone. So only Android devices and computers you could join on. Just FYI, you can now join on your iPhone. But because Apple is, they like to get their money. I mean, everyone likes to get their little bit of money. It is $13.90. I think it's $13.99 if you do it on an iPhone. We don't get that extra cash. A cut of it goes to Apple. Just making it easier for some people, but just FYI, it is a little more. It's like $2 or $3 more. Just that's how it is. So if you want a cheaper way, go back onto your Android or on your desktop computer and hit the join button right next to subscribe. That way you can watch every stream we've got. We've got one stream Sunday going on here at the TSRS SpeedSportz for the finals, and we've got one as well at the Stars event in Newcastle Motorsports. Yes. So you'll have 2 premium streams to watch if you sign up. So just remember, head on over to Kart Chaser on YouTube. Right next to the subscribe button, there's a nice join button. Put your credit card information in. $10 a month, only getting charged once a month, and then you'll have access to all the racing.
And that's important because Xander and his entire crew do a phenomenal job bringing these races to us live here on the internet and around the world. Great opportunity for folks to see what's going on over here in the United States when it comes to karting. I want to thank our friends at Helix Electric for our Honda Kids Karts that are out there qualifying right now. Just a lap in so far, and it's Victor Gus Wonderley with a 1.21. And as I says that, Dutch Westbrook comes back by and puts a 1.18379. Brody Stoffel will be up next, the number 9 for Brody. Victor Gus Wonderley right now in that 3rd spot. It's Kimo Hamed in the 4th position with Andrew Antanasio in the 5th position. Cohen Scott right now in 6th. Don't believe we have but about 9 or 10 karts out on, actually it's 9, so Cohen Scott is next in 8th, and it'll be Rafe Ali in the number 42 right now in that 9th position. Again, Dutch Westbrook, the number 33 right now, is your provincial pole sitter. But again, they're just put a couple of laps in out there on the track right now. At least we do have a really nice stiff breeze today. It's really, really helped with this heat. The sun is out. I know the track is under full sun right now. Still awfully warm. But we got our youngsters out there. These kids in our Honda karts are going to be somewhere between the ages, I believe, of 4 and 7 years old, I believe is the group. So these are the future stars, just learning to drive the karts and learning how to race as well. Again, a 15-turn facility here at SpeedSportz Motor Park. And boy, what a great turnout for the second leg here of this Texas Sprint Kart Championship. It's quite a series, doing phenomenal, and a great turnout here in New Caney as well. So Caleb's youngsters out there warming up. And right now it's Kimo Ahmad. Kimo in the number 99, a 118.366. That'll drop Dutch Westbrook back into 2nd position. Brody Stoffel in 3rd. It's Victor Gus Wonderley right now in that 4th position, with Brennan Barsh right now in 5th.
Yeah, these kiddos are on track, just trying to learn as much as they can. I mean, I remember running this class when I was 4 or 5 years old. It's a great way to learn. It's a good, I mean, what fun to have as a kid. We get to go to the track with all your friends and your future friends. People are going to race with for coming years as well. And it's always nice when you look back on it when you're in the sport, when you're running KA, you're running tag, you're running shifter. You look back, you're like, man, we made it. You know, there's 4 or 5 of us that were running up front, and then we made it up front. So, I mean, these kiddos are probably going to be the future of karting here this afternoon, maybe even the future of the open wheel racing for the U.S. drivers and some that have come over into the United States. So it's awesome to see these kids on track. I mean, yeah, they're a little bit slower. It's got the 50cc Honda engine on it, but if you're running 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, you think you're going Mach 8.
Absolutely. No doubt. These kids probably exactly feel like they're doing Mach 8 for sure. And what I love about it is it brings in the youngsters and gives them an opportunity to go out and get in the full gear, get in the kart, and actually go out there instead of just making laps, actually racing and learning the craft of racing. It'll take them a couple of years perhaps, but when they get to be about 7 or 8, they start to turn it on. I've always been impressed with our youngsters. The young drivers are just absolutely amazing when you realize they've never driven anything in their life, right? Certainly not a car or anything like that, but to be able to go out here and actually compete at a high level against tremendous competition and go out there and not run over everyone all the time and beat and bang on one another, but make really great moves and put on a heck of a show. Love watching the youngsters.
There's a lot of racecraft in it too. I mean, it's just a small kart in general, but they handle like no other. I bet you that these things probably handle better than any shifter you're ever going to be in. And so you have all sorts of grip underneath it. You have to learn how to deal with. Like typically when you start with lower grip karts, just the nature of how these are, they have a lot of grip to them. And so you'll see some kids pull off some fantastic moves that you wouldn't even see a senior do, just because they have the ability to do it. And the fact that they're that young and know how to do it is just impressive to what they learn at that young of an age.
Is that short wheelbase there, does that travel along with them for a couple of years yet?
What was that?
The shorter wheelbase on the smaller kid karts is compared to the next group. Are they the same?
I mean, it gets, as you move up in engine size, obviously the chassis get longer and longer and bigger and bigger. But I mean, look at the Mini Cooper. It's just small, but it's got all sorts of grip because of how wide all the wheels are.
Right.
These things, you can't really change much to them, so they're obviously going to have a whole bunch of grip to them. But then as you get bigger and bigger and have more horsepower to it, that's when the back end likes to kick out on you when your right foot goes down too fast.
That's when things start to get a little crazy. Well, it looks like we have wrapped up qualifying. We'll wait for everybody to come around and clear the track, and then we'll wait for our next group to get ready to roll out. Again, congratulations, Brody Stoffel. Right now shows Brody in the number 9 with a 121.255. Kimo Ahmad in the second position, the 99. Dutch Westbrook will end up in third. Victor Gus Wonderlay in the fourth position. Brennan Barsh in fifth. Andrew Antanasio in the sixth position. Theodore Mitchell will be in seventh. And Cohen Scott right now in the eighth. Rafe Ali will round out your top 9. So there it is for our Honda Kids Karts, brought to you by Helix Electric, qualifying in the book. Next time we'll see them, we'll be out racing.
Yeah, and I believe next out is going to be a 4-cycle class. Ella 206 are making their way out. I believe that this is going to be the senior group. This is going to be, 206 Senior, sponsored by Cruise Racing Development. Are now making their way out on track.
Good for the mic range.
So, 206 obviously is very popular from where I come from in the Midwest area. It's definitely a drafting class. This class cuts such a big hole for the guys behind. It is all about pack racing and rolling momentum. So I think this qualifying session here is probably going to be the most interesting one, just because all these guys who race 206 know how to run in a pack. They know how to push, and know how to push to the point where you can maybe give someone just a little extra oomph that they don't need, but it can help your time immensely. So I think this qualifying session is going to be a very impressive one.
It's always been a very fun group because they are so close. It's going to be very interesting to see how things shake out. I've noticed several guys have gone out together in the pack, perhaps to work together here in qualifying. So we'll keep an eye on that as they just get out there and get underway. Again, brought to you by Cruise Racing Development. So we've got our senior 206s on the course. Qualifying underway. Nice to see a good contingency of our friends from over in New Orleans have made their way over here to the SpeedSportz complex for the race this weekend. Actually, what I think we'll do here is we'll maybe let them make 2 laps, and then we'll start to run down the numbers. A lot of guys just coming out for the very first time, haven't even gone by the start-finish yet, or the scoring loop, that is, scoring and timing loop.
It looks like there's 28 karts that are registered to race here this weekend for 206 Senior, and I think it's a great thing that TSRS does. They combine like the national level classes. You got your KAs, you got your micros, you got your minis, but they also bring in 206, which honestly is someone who came from running in the Midwest area. 206 saved karting for us. If it wasn't for that, there really was no place to go. I mean, now KA is starting to take off, but for a while then, our biggest class was 206. You go to Newcastle, you go to Whiteland, there'll be 30 to 50 karts in that class, and they're all within about a second or 2 seconds of each other. So it's very intense racing. I'm glad we have these in-between series that bring both sides of it together, and you can mix the Midwest guys, because there's all sorts of talent when it comes to this field, and then there's also all sorts of talent when it comes to national living, of course, but it's just different talents in different fields. These guys are good running close together. KA is good at being consistent. So you got the racecraft of the 206, but then you also have to have the consistency of KA. Bring them all together. We're going to have a good show this weekend.
Pretty much a kart where it's always pretty much foot down to the pedal.
Yeah.
To the metal.
Yeah. It's all about
pretty much all the way around. Huh?
How much momentum can you roll is the name of the game.
Huh? A momentum game. Well, the one thing you will notice about the 206 is the different sound that they make compared to some of the other karts. A much more throaty sound coming out of those Briggs & Stratton engines, as opposed to that kind of high shrill, if you will, from the KAs. But yeah, this has always been a very, very competitive group. And we got quite a turnout this weekend.
Absolutely. And I'm looking down the sheet. I'm wondering, I think they're going to break them up into, nope, no, they're not. All 28 karts are now out on track. I thought they're going to break up into 2 groups. This track's big enough we can run them all together. So right now, it looks like Ross Smith is going to be the fastest on track. Again, all this is going to be provisional, because as soon as the next guy comes back around another pack, there's going to be someone else up into the front. We got the Wolf brothers. We got Ethan and Caden Wolf running second and third. Kevin Zhang running in P number 4, and the P number 5 is going to be Blaze Dornbaum running in the 5th position. Again, that is all subject to change. I have a feeling it's probably going to change probably 10 times before we get to the end of this qualifying run.
Change weight when you just about said it was good and ready to change. It
yeah.
went ahead and changed on you, and got a couple of guys that have moved up. Braxton Tregg, Braxton and New Orleans Skid, 102.665. Sally Mott. Sally actually was in that second spot, and as I say that, Rocco Ruzic right now is in that second spot, the 694, dropping Sally Mott into third. Bryce Frake right now in fourth. Ethan Arendt in fifth. Ross Smith all the way down to that sixth spot. Making more. Another New Orleans Skid up, moving up as well. As I say that, he drops back down now into that 8th position for the 611. 9th is the Ethan Wolf and Caden Wolf. Both two of the brothers have moved down now into that 9th and 10th position, and that is Braxton Tregg right now up in that top spot.
And you're talking about the sound of these karts. Obviously, that comes from the fact that they are a 4-cycle as opposed to a 2-cycle. So you're talking about the throaty. That's just the amount of torque that they can produce as opposed to the RPM that the 2-cycles can. But something else that's interesting to do when it comes to tuning these karts is that they have a rev limiter, and it's a little bit of a lower rev limiter, and that honestly goes to help save the engines. You can run 2, 3, 4 seasons on an engine without even doing anything besides changing the oil, maybe the clutch on them. And so when you hear that rev limiter come on, it's fixed for everyone. So you have to play the game. Do you want more corner speed out of it, and then you're on the rev limiter halfway down the straightaway, or do you want to suffer more in the corners, be able to pull everyone down the straight? So there's a balance you got to find. And so tuning of the engine alone, when it comes to gearing-wise, is just impressive in my mind if you're able to nail it just right. And a lot of times you can't, and that's when we get the guys who are faster in the corners, slower down the straightaway, and that just brings the accordion effects all sorts of ways when it comes to pack racing.
And as we look down at our monitor here, we see that Blaze Dorenbaum now has jumped up into that top spot right now with a 102.659. Braxton's 102.665. Rocco Ruzic still hanging on to that 3rd spot. Sally Mott 4th. Ethan Arndt right now in that 5th position.
Luke Walker just went purple. He goes to 102.6. He is now in provisional pole. Like we said, it's changing all over the place. There goes Garrett Weaver up in the P number 3. And if I remember correctly, Sally Mott, I believe, was the driver who's involved in that huge incident on the backstretch at NOLA when it come running in the, I don't know if it was the 206 or KA class, but she went end over end, front over back, and a horrific crash. Still ended up running about 3 laps afterwards. We were talking, Trevor and I were talking to her father and her the other day. Apparently she's been running, I think she won 4 races right after that crash. So apparently it didn't affect her that much from going over, and now she's on track inside the top 5.
I happened to have been there at NOLA for that event, and I happened to see that incident, and it was gnarly.
Yeah.
And to see it in slow motion was even more gnarly. But it was the other gentleman that was actually involved in it as well that really took a shot across his arm from the back tire and everything, kind of pulled a little bit of skin off the arm there, but it was really good to see that Sally was okay. But to see her have that happen and then to turn around, get back in the cart and keep going, I thought that's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. And then when I saw her after the race, you could see it in her eyes. She was still a little
shaken up from that.
By it as well, yes. She certainly was. And then it just so happened that the gentleman that was involved with her came out of the facility there with his arm wrapped up. And she was like, "Oh no!" But
adrenaline is
that's all part of it.
Adrenaline in the human body does amazing things. One of it can do is just make you keep going on. I mean, these guys, obviously, if you race karts, a lot of times you're involved in a wreck, you just got to know how to push forward. Checkered flag has come out. As of now, it's Bryce Frank out in front. Someone I don't think we've seen in the top 5 all qualifying along, makes his way in the final corner. Ethan Arnott finds himself in P2. I want to say this is all provisional, but I believe everyone just got the checkered flag, so this is final. So it's Bryce Frank going to start in pole position next to Ethan Arnott. Rocco Rutiz is going to start in P number 3. Ethan Wolf finds himself in P number 4. Caden Wolf in P number 5. Pretty sure that was good tuning on their part to be staying nose to tail, starting on the road next to each other. Luke Walker in P number 6. And then Blaise Dorenbaum finds himself in P number 7. Garrett Weaver in P8. Braxton Trigg finds himself in P number 9. And Sally Mott finds herself in the 10th position. So we got, I think this is 206 Cadet is about to make their way out on track. So this is a little bit of younger drivers about to make their way going out as we're going to stay live, as we're going to continue on.
All right.
And these 206 Cadet brought to you by Ferris Mowers. Again, another 206 class. They're going to pack racing with these kiddos. They're a little bit lighter, got a smaller wheelbase, a little bit less power because they have a restrictor on the carburetor on the slide that they have. So we're about to see probably another interesting run here and a whole lot of pack racing from these 206 kiddos. So sorry about that quick little break as we're about to get going here. Again, the first couple laps are probably going to be a wash for these kiddos before they make their way around lap number 3 or 4 is when the good qualifying time starts to come around. I have a feeling from what we saw from the last 206 senior race, there's still probably a whole bunch of switching back and forth inside the top 5 we're about to see, because already we're not even first lap into the books yet, and these kiddos are already going nose to tail pushing each other around this track.
Yeah, this has been, again, another very competitive group of young drivers here. So we'll keep a good eye out on these guys. Again, I know we keep saying it over and over again, but it really is warm out here.
Yeah, you and I are trying to do our best to stay hydrated. I got coffee this morning. I drank about half and realized that tea dehydrates you, so it's probably best that I didn't do that.
Yeah, it's a wee bit toasty, but that's okay. And, you know, that's what it's all about. It's all part of the game and all part of the challenge. These youngsters, I know probably been definitely doing a lot of hydrating while they're in the pit area and not out on the track. So important that everybody stay hydrated today. It's really hot out there, and of course with the amount of laps they'll probably put in today, it's going to be a long day for them.
There's a good shot. 3 karts around nose to tail. I believe Keelan Harvick is right there in the middle. We've seen him a lot in the Florida Winter Tour and also in the USPKS schedule as well, along with Scusa. Finds himself making a move on the inside line. We're curious to see who that group is. We're going to find out that pack. It's hard to see the car numbers from this far away. When they get in the closer view, we'll be able to tell you guys for sure. As of right now, there's 1 lap in the books, about to be 2. Looks like there's a yellow out over on the backside. Looks like that got cleaned up and underway. Robert Arnada finds himself in P number 2 for the moment. Keelan Harvick goes purple, took it away. Derek Wargo finds himself in P number 3. Jackson Young finds himself in P4. And P number 5 goes to Braden Westfall. So that top 5 already changed about 4 times just in the time that we started talking. Certainly. So it's only going to get crazier from that because we're 2 laps of probably about 6 or 7 in for this qualifying run for these kiddos.
And as we had just mentioned, Keelan Harvick goes to the top, a 102.083. It'll drop Robert Arana back into that 2nd position. Derek Wargo in 3rd, Jackson Young 4th. Braden Westfall will round out your top 5, and then we look down a little bit further. Davis Henry right now in that 6th position. Chris Tracy in 7th. It's Paxton Dyson in the 8th spot. Tyrone Kemper Jr. right now sitting in the 9th position with Aston Wyatt in 10th. Again, the Cadet 206 is brought to you by Ferris Motors. Right now, qualifying.
We're going to put one more laps into the books. Jackson Young goes purple. He is now the fastest out on track. Derek Wargo finds himself in P2. Keelan Harvick was able to improve, but gets bumped back to P3. Robert Arnana finds himself in P number 4. Davis Henry in P number 5. Paxton Dyson finds himself in the 6th position. Something else that's interesting to watch, too, is how many kids are doing more than just one class. Like, it's impressive. Not only that they're running more than one class competitively, but just the heat as it is. You're in a racing suit all day. You get out of the cart, instead of going back to maybe your trailer, going inside to cool off, you're getting right back in the car and going back on track, and you're probably already lost about 2 or 3 pounds of body weight just in water alone, and you're about to go do it again.
Yeah, I talk a lot about that, the physicality of what these kids have to go through day in, day out, race in, race out. It's a lot. It's quite a workout there. I don't, you know, for the most part, if you've ever been to a track that has like a rental cart where you can go and get in the rental cart and your session might be 10 minutes and you get out of that and you feel like you've been on the track for an hour, right? It's just so physical. Well, to think these kids are what, 8, 9, out there in 100-degree heat, full racing suits, helmets. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly, but that's what it's all about. It's all just part of it.
Yeah, it's a part of the process and a part of the sport. We're looking on.
Did it take a while as a young racer to get kind of used to it, though?
No, your adrenaline just kind of takes over, and it kind of got annoying for me when your parents would be like yelling at you to drink more water, and you're like, oh, I don't need it. And then that one time that you do need it, then you suddenly understand that your parents are telling you they're probably right.
Yes. Yeah, it's without a doubt, hydration is so important amongst these kids.
Kiddos are now continuing to run here. Get another lap in the books. That is 5 laps completed.
Right now we've got a dead heat for the top spot.
Yeah, Derek.
101.441 between Derek Wargo and Jackson Young. Right now sitting at a 101.441. We've got a dead heat for the pole position right now. Green flag still out though.
And I believe in that instance, it's whoever sets the lap first is the one who holds on to that time. So that's why it has Derek Wargo out in front, but it shows that Jackson Young did do the time. So they continue to make their way around. We're coming up on a checkered flag here shortly, so it's going to be curious to know if one of them is going to be able to improve by just, all they need is 1/1000th in order. Actually, it looks like Derek Young was able to improve. He went a 101.587 as Jackson Young did a 101.586, but still shows him in P2. That's going to be curious to know as they make their way across the line. There it is. Now it's all fine. Whoa, maybe not. There it is again. Jackson Young went a 101.482, and Derek Wargo went a 101.483, but it still shows Jackson Young in P2. So, oh, never mind. I am a little bit stupid. There it is. There's the time final. So, yes, they were both tied at a 101.411. So it looks like that Derek was able to set the time first. That's why Jackson is shown in P2. And I'm curious to know if anyone else is going to be able to set a time, although the rest of the field is starting to make their way through.
All right, so right now it's going to be Derek Wargo. Derek with a 101.441. Jackson Young will start on the outside of the pole. And the 270 with Robert Arana. And the 253 in that third spot will be Aston Wyatt rolling off in 4th. Chris Tracy in the 5th position. Good run there for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Now up into the 6th spot. Dropping Keelan Harvick back into 7th. It'll be Braden Westfall in 8th. Davis Henry right now in 9th. And Paxton Dyson will roll off in that 10th position.
So we're going to keep an eye on the times here as the checker flag continues to go. It looks like the two that are tied is still Wargo and Young. Looks like that Austin Wyatt was not able to improve. They're going to stay locked in along with Keelan Harvick. So while these kiddos are pulling off the track, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we still have more qualifying yet to come before we get into our heat races. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. TSRS round number 2 continues on from SpeedSportz. How do you say that? And welcome back here to round number 2 of TSRX. As we are now in SpeedSportz Racing track. As they are now about to go underway. We got more 206s yet to come, if I'm not mistaken. This looks like it's 206 Senior, I believe, is about to make their way out on track. Sorry, 206 Junior, about to make their way out on track, brought to you by Sullivan Electronics. Again, we want to thank our title sponsor, Action ETX. Action ETX is the title sponsor here for TSRX and their entire season, as they are about to make their way out on track. As we're about to see some more pack racing. These juniors, a little bit older than the last group we saw in Cadet. I have a feeling they're about to put on even more of a show.
All right, here we go. Qualifying underway for our juniors, brought to you by Seville Electric. Again, thanks to all of our sponsors. Greatly appreciate you. Had a good time doing that
raffle.
The little raffle today. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
some folks won some really nice gifts.
Wouldn't be possible without the sponsors. Gave away a power washer, a couple sets of tires, a couple of entries. I believe there's a couple other that would give away, but decent amount of giveaway there.
Very nice.
So there's our 206 juniors making away. Oh, we got one already turned around going into turn number 5. Got one turned around in turn number 5. The rest of the group still making their way around, as they're still bunched up nose to tail. I think this is going to be the fast group we're all going to want to look out for. This is going to be the main pack, that is to say, but you could be in the 3rd, 4th spot in that pack, get a good tow, and you find yourself with the fastest lap time.
All right, big gaggle of carts getting ready to come through here. I believe this is going to be turn number 14, now into 15. They'll make a little slight right-hander and go straight past the start-finish line once again. Past the scoring and timing loop. We'll take a look over here, and right now is Sawyer Roussel. And as I say that, he drops down to 3rd in Ian Columbus with a 107.615. And its 2nd spot's going to be Alfred Alvarez del Castillo in the number 422. Again, Sawyer Roussel is going to drop down into that 3rd spot. Reagan Seville right now in the 4th, with Preston Pico in the 5th position in the 499.
I'll do a clarification on my part. It was actually Auction ETX, not Action. Auction ETX is the main sponsor. So do us a favor, check them out. If you see anyone want the apparel, make sure you thank them. I mean, I know when you hear the word sponsor, everyone's just like, oh yeah, they give money to the sport.
Right.
If it wasn't for them, none of this would be possible.
Exactly.
So anyone who is a sponsor, make sure you thank them for what they do and help out the business if you need.
Yeah, it's so important. Yeah, those sponsors are extremely important to us, and we greatly appreciate everything they do for the sport. Again, it looks like that was the number 414 that was in that incident by himself out there. I believe that was turn number 6, where he looked like he tried to go a little high coming into turn 6 and just kind of kicked that back end out and ended up in the grass, able to get it back underway and continue to go on to qualify. Preston Pico, a 104.069. Seville right now in 2nd. Jensen Harrell now up into that 3rd position, dropping Sawyer Roussel back into 4th. Alfred Alvarez del Castillo right now in that 5th spot. Ian Columbus in the 6th. Shelby Ramirez that is, in the 7th position. Jacob Pollock right now in 8th. All right, that lead group just now once again coming back by the start-finish. Still Bryce Frank out in front, the 613. Oh, wrong group. Just waiting to get our scoring back in line here. All right, there we go. All right, so our top driver right now so far in qualifying is the 103.744 of Jensen Harrell. Jensen in the 411. Reagan Seville now back into the 2nd. It's Preston Pico right now in that 3rd position. Sawyer Roussel 4th. Ian Columbus now making his way up now. Ian in the 5th position. look a little bit further down, we see Shelby Ramirez, Michaela Bradley, Joseph McCrate, and A.J. McCarthy. All right. Again, that 103.512, 103.512 is holding that top spot right now for Preston Pico in the 499.
Yeah, something I saw when they were making the way around was Preston Pico and Jason Harrell were both running in a pack of their own. They were running door to door, nose to tail, making their way across the line. So you can already see some kiddos who maybe they may not be on even the same team. When it comes out, like, you can plan all you want to run with someone. When it comes down to it, there could be a mix-up in the race. Then all of a sudden you find yourself having to make friends with people who are just around you in order to get the job done. And your job is to put that cart as high up as you can for qualifying. Because when it comes time to race, all bets are off, especially in this 206 class. You want to be as high up as you can, because when it goes down, like when you're making that long run down from turns number 4 to turn number 5 or 6, you want to be as far front as you can. And something else you want is people who you know can run with are right there in your back. In case something happens, they can catch you, quote unquote, and help you stay up in that group, because without it, you may be SOL.
And we've definitely seen that before, where folks just at the wrong time make the wrong move, only to find themselves fall way back. If they had just waited and maybe planned a little different move, things might have worked out for them. Yeah, I would imagine the 206, how important qualifying must be. You end up back, say, 10 plus back. The likelihood that you're going to get up there and really battle for the lead is going to be pretty slim. Unless things happen up ahead of them.
Well, you never know. That's the thing. That's a beautiful thing about 206 racing, is if you have 3 or 4 guys behind you and you're all quick when you're running together, you have seen some guys make themselves from like that 12th, 13th position all the way back up to the front. The leaders get a good gap for themselves, and they get a little cocky. They think, I got some space all to myself. They start battling out in the final 4 or 5 laps. Before you know it, a 2-cart battle turns into an 8-cart battle, and the 2 guys out in front look back and see the entire cavalry showed up behind them, knock on their back door, and then they're try to battle it out, and you can't do anything. You can't try to run away with it because you already have the company with you. So that's why I think 206 racing is some of the best we have, especially someone coming from, like I said, the Midwest is the beating heart of 206. You got Ohio, Wisconsin, Indiana, all are heavy 206 classes. So seeing it down here in Texas is good to see for sure.
Good catch.
Well, for those of you back at home, it's a little bit windy, so the TV stand was starting to fall on Aranjan and I. We almost had 2 black eyes. If it wasn't for that thing, it almost hit us in the face.
All right, so Jensen Harrell goes to the top of 103.098. Sawyer Roussel right now will slide up into that 2nd position, pushing Preston Pico back into the 3rd spot. Reagan Seville in 4th, and Alfred Alvarez del Castillo right now in that 5th position. I believe the checkered flag now is out on the track. I believe we still have just a small group of carts getting ready to come around and take the checkered flag for the last time. One of them being that 499, see if he was able to make any moves. No, but how about the 406? Sawyer Roussel, 103.073 to the pole. Jensen Harrell on the outside of the pole in the 411, with Preston Pico now in the 3rd position, Reagan Seville in the 4th, and Alfred Alvarez del Castillo in 5th. It's Ian Columbus in the 6th position. Jacob Pollock right now is in 7th. Shelby Ramirez in 8th. Michaela Bradley ends up in 9th. And Joseph McCrite ends up in that 10th position. Again, that'll wrap it up for our juniors. The 206 is brought to you by Seville Electric.
As we're going to take it down to yet another commercial break to thank our sponsors, make it possible to bring you guys all sorts of karting coverage. Make sure you stay tuned. We still have qualifying yet to come and then heat races to follow after. Stay tuned.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And welcome back to TSRS. One of the bigger classes are making their way out on track. This is KA100 Senior. KA100 Senior and 206 Senior are the two biggest classes racing here this afternoon. And now we get onto the KA Senior again. This one a little bit faster than 206. Going to be a little bit more pack racing, and the toe is going to be important. We had Aiden Rudolph up in the booth earlier. We were interviewing him, and he said that he found a good 3 or 4 group of guys to run with, and that he's been competitive with them. And then he said track position for them is not going to be something to worry about. He goes, you can go out first, you can go out last, you can go in the mid-pack. As long as you're with a good, solid 4 or 5 group of people, that you can be very competitive. It's kind of like a friend group. If you have a good, solid 3 or 4 group of friends, you can do almost anything.
Right on. Yeah, it was great to see Aiden come up here and sit in for a couple minutes. I greatly appreciated that. It allowed me to run down there and get a quick little bite to eat and re-energize a little bit. I felt like I was wilting. But anyway, yes, the guys are out on the track now. Let's see here. This is our seniors, the KA100s, brought to you by Exertech. And speaking of Aiden Rudolph, you can see that Aiden's already put down a pretty good time on his first lap out. We'll keep an eye on that. Obviously a little hone cooking for Aiden. His dad happens to own the facility here. And to say the least, he comes from some pretty good racing blood for sure. Alan was quite the racer back in the day, and it's great that he was able to continue it on. And now, of course, with his academy and everything, he's teaching kids, and that's phenomenal. It's great to have good people teaching our youngsters to learn how to, their racecraft from a guy that definitely knows how to race.
Oh yeah, I talk about someone who has a lot of experience when it comes to running. I mean, like I said before, king of the streets. He's one of the most winningest drivers. Pass it on to the son of the academy has been a great program he's done so far. Something that's interesting, this 2 groups. We're doing 2 groups for qualifying, group 1, group 2. I'm sure they're going to switch up in the heat race, so there's some other heavy hitters to keep an eye out for. This one right now, I'm looking through the guys who we recognize to us on the national level over on USPKS, the Winter Tour, SCUSA. Rudolph right now, I think, is one of the very few. I think Robinson maybe has done a couple as well. Tracy actually just went P2, and Ethan are not.
Yeah, Ethan, Noah Baker, some of the names that I'm familiar with. As we look down there, of course, Ethan Art, been around for a while as well. Logan McDonough, I recognize that name only because Logan is a local back in New Orleans. And his brother is here racing as well and got Pops working the wrenches. So life is good for Logan and the McDonough crew.
Yeah, doing 2 groups. It's still got some heavy hitters in Group 1, Group 2. So I don't think that this is the best of the best.
Right.
These are the best of the best
Certainly.
for the national series, or for the regional series, I should say. But we still have some other heavy hitters in Group number 2. So when we combine them all together, when it comes time for the heats, that's going to be something interesting.
It's going to be very, very interesting. I don't know how many are actually here, but based on what I see out here for the first group, it's going to be an awfully big group.
Yeah, I think 199 was the total cart count I've heard for TSRS for this weekend, which is very impressive when you get close to that 200 mark. But I think the majority of the drivers coming in the 206 and the K100 field, so it's definitely something to look out for. There's a good shot of the 3-pack making their way down into turn number 6. Coming out of turn number 6 right now at the top of the screen. So everyone's trying to bunch up, see if they can't find a good group to run with. Obviously, look out for the SpeedSportz guys and the Burrells. This is their home turf. This is where their headquarters is set up at. This is where they do a lot of their testing. They're going to be very competitive.
And you're seeing that already. Aiden has already put down another great lap, a 54.928 to a 55.336 for Ethan Art. So he's already put, a good second out ahead of the group. We'll see how that holds up as they continue to circle around the facility here. Again, 15 turn layout here at SpeedSportz.
And something else that'll be interesting that I personally saw is the amount of mechanics here with a lot of experience. Jake French is here, spinning wrenches. Austin Garrison, also another name here, who's someone who's helping out. These guys normally see up front when it comes to national series, but now they're here trying to pass on some of the knowledge to younger folks. And I think that goes to show. Obviously, Garrison ran with Ocala Grand Prix. He came back and decided to run for the second round of USPKS, put on a good show, put up in the top 5. And obviously Jake French, we're talking about someone with a lot of experience, especially when it comes to the Texas areas, the Texas native. He knows how to get it done.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've been watching Jake for quite a while now, along with some of those other incredible young talents in those shifter karts. That is quite the group. All right, 54.977. Looks like Aiden kind of backed it off just a little bit, that 54.928. Right now sitting as the top time. Noah Baker now up into that third spot, a 55.351. Another name I'm definitely familiar with. Noah's been around for quite a while as well, racing the National Series.
So yeah, the top 5 as it sits, Aiden Rudolph currently out in pole position provisionally for group number 1. Ethan Arndt running in P number 2. Noah Baker went a little bit quicker that last lap, finds himself in P number 3. Logan McDonald finds himself in P number 4. Braden Robertson in P number 5. Joshua Tracy in P6. Tyler Stevens in P7. Ethan Foxworth in P number 8. Dylan Thurman actually gets bumped down as Tyler Stevens goes to P7. Cone Summers goes to P number 8. Tyler Trout now in P number 9. And Ethan Foxworth finds himself in P10. Checkered flag is now out, so this is going to be the final lap for half the field right now. See if they can't see some shakeup in the top of the field.
It's going to be interesting to see. Seeing the checkered flag out there at the start finish. What's really nice to see is the fact that all of our corner workers have nice little umbrellas out there on the track with them, because it truly is very, very warm right now. The sun beating down on them. Although we do have not quite the breeze we were having a little earlier. I'd like for that to come back.
Yeah, I think a couple of us up here are going to get some water. So with that, we're going to send it to a commercial break. When we come back, I believe group number 2 is about to go out for KA100 Senior. And that is brought to you in part by Extra Tech. So stay tuned. We got group number 2 of K100 Senior still yet to come.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Why does that name sound for cheese?
And we're back here at TSRS. This is group number 2 of qualifying for K100 Senior, brought to you by Extra Tech. Welcome back. Group number 2 about to get underway. K100 Senior brought to you by Extra Tech. Some bigger names to look out for. We got, I saw him down here, Alex Stanfield is in this group. He is someone to look out for. Someone else, Adrian Cruz, we've seen a lot at the USPKS level. Joshua Campbell. I'm looking down here as well. We got Brooke Berry, who I believe is a USPKS GoPro native, along with Jet Bowling, Peyton McGonnell. And there, we're going to wait to give you guys some updates because lap number 1 obviously is a little bit skewed with how this track layout is. Once I come back for lap number 2, that's going to have some serious times.
Yeah, I've also believe we've seen Jake Faulkner out there as well. But again, you had mentioned Alex's name, and it didn't take him but a second to get around there and already post a pretty good number. Again, just getting underway here for our seniors by Exertech. This is our second group of our KA 100 seniors. Again, the 906 of Alex Stanfield. Right now went out there and posted a really good time on the first lap. Again, 57.962. And as I say that, Xander Rogers. Xander goes to the point, 55.977 for the 910. Cameron Steller right now in second. Brooke Berry in that third spot. Adam Rylance right now in the fourth with Jake Faulkner right now in fifth.
Yeah, going through the rest of the top 10. Oh, there's a big shakeup. Cole Click now goes purple. J.D. Lamping finds himself in P2. Stanfield finds himself back in the third position. Vinny Mascalis finds himself in P number 4. Drew Campbell in P5. Xander Rogers, who was on pole that second lap in, finds himself in P number 6. Cameron Steller, P7. Brooke Berry, P8. Adam Relance finds himself in P number 9. And Adrian Cruz rounds out the top 10. So that top 10 has already been shaken up. And we get to combine it with that first group and go racing here later on. That's what I'm excited for.
All right, they've already put in just a couple of laps. Still got about 3 more minutes left here in qualifying for our second group of the KA 100s. And it's Cole Kleck, 55.401. Cole Kleck, the 902 with J.D. Lamping. J.D. in that second position right now in the 908. Alex Stanfield still hanging on to that third position with Vinny Mescalis in the fourth spot. Drew Chappelle right now in fifth. Adrian Cruz sixth. Xander Rogers seventh. Cameron Steller now up in eighth. Brooke Berry ninth. Adam Rylance in that 10th position. Peyton McDonough right now in the 11th. Dylan Town. Jake Faulkner. Some of the names here on our first screen. You're able to see, again, that 55.291 right now hanging on to that top spot right now for Cole Kleck in our second group here of our KA 100 seniors. Qualifying.
It looks like we got a cart turned around heading into what I believe is the second set of chicane. Or no, that's actually the chicane going into the double right-hander. They're able to get back underway. We're a little bit over halfway now of qualifying times. Still Cole Kleck, someone else who we've seen running out in front for the Winter Series along with USPKS and SCUSA, finds himself in P number 1. J.D. Lamping, I believe, is a hometown native, finds himself in P number 2. And that top 10 has already been back and forth.
Yep.
We've seen guys up front who are now find themselves back in the 10th position. Guys who are back in the 10th position now find themselves out front. So a lot of guys set it up to go fast in the front half. A lot of guys set it up to go fast in the second half of the qualifying run.
Well, it's very interesting to see. Didn't see a whole lot of, I don't want to say speed, but I didn't see a whole lot of movement there in Alex Stanfield's first lap. He put out that 55.5 first lap, but since then he was at a 57.2. So he definitely dropped off a bit. Don't know if maybe perhaps he just backed out of that group he was running with and decided maybe to get out there on his own, or if he just kind of backed off a little bit and wait for somebody to catch up to him and work together with him.
Yeah, a lot of times we were talking about you getting that good group. Oh, there's Stanfield. You just went back to P1 with the 55.062. We were talking about before, it's easy when you're running in that group to get caught up in it. Like, you got to realize, okay, this is a qualifying run. This isn't a race. Like, I can try to get that guy to the corner. I could back it off this lap, use his toe to my advantage, and then try to get a run. The problem is that it's timing. Because if they back it up in one corner, suddenly they're backing you up, and you got to get around them. That ruins your racing line. Then that lap is gone. So it's a big mind game you got to play here. It's a lot of mental. I mean, obviously this is physical, but it's physical and mental in order to play those mind games.
And I would imagine it's probably a real mind game when you realize that a lot of those guys are already sitting on the sideline watching you, not knowing, how things may shake out in the long run. But Alex Stanfield, 55.062. I'm thinking back on the other time of the top driver from the last group, and I believe that's pretty doggone close to what they were running as well. So we'll just have to wait to see if it looks like I'm seeing perhaps this could possibly be the last lap for them coming around this time. They keep an eye on the starter here at the start finish. It looks like he's going to go ahead and reach down and grab that checkered flag. I do believe our next kart's going to come around and find the checkered flag waving at the start finish. And that, of course, will wind up qualifying here for our KH 100s. Second group of our seniors here.
And so now, looking at the drivers came across the line, Brooke Berry is currently locked into the 8th position. Cameron Steller, P5. Looking to see some of the other guys about to come across the line. Here's a couple more coming down the line. Let's see if there's going to be a shake-up. Cole Click not able to improve. Alex Stanfield not able to improve. JD Lemping can't improve. Looks like that is Adrian Cruz goes to P6. Drew Campbell now goes to P8, pushes back both Adam Roylance to P10, Brooke Berry to P9. He finds himself in P number 8. And I believe that's going to round it out for the rest of the KA 100 seniors. So that is going to be group number 2 locked in. Alex Stanfield, Cole Click, and Vince Muskelis finds himself in the top 3. JD Lamping 4th, Cameron Stellers in P5, Adrian Cruz 6, Xander Rogers finds himself in P number 7, Drew Campbell 8, Brooke Berry 9, and Adam Roylance finds himself rounding out the top 10. We're going to send it to another commercial break. When we come back, we have a couple of classes yet to come before we get into our first heat races of the afternoon. So stay tuned as we need to recognize our sponsors before we get going here this afternoon.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
For round number 2 of TSRX, we're about to get underway here with our Mini Swift, sponsored by Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. About to get underway here. Ron and John, we've been watching it all day. The sun hasn't gone away. It's still a little hot.
Yeah, it sure is, but that's okay. I think with this breeze, it's been a huge, huge help. And, of course, they have a really nice area here under the awning as they line up and get ready to go out onto the track. So at least they're in the shade until those engines starts. They drop those visors down, they roll out onto the track to go qualifying here momentarily. Again, our Mini Swifts brought to you by Alan Rudolph Racing Academy right here at SpeedSportz Park. Nothing like having the opportunity to be mentored by the phenomenal driver of Alan Rudolph. It's fortunate to see Alan actually all the way back in 2013 in New Orleans at a world final at that particular World Final. They happen to have a young man there racing as well. I believe at the time he might have been a little bit beyond the say mini Swift or such. He might have been in the micros or somewhere along those lines, but it was Nicholas Latifi. Look where he is today. That's your future, folks. Go out there and get it. All right, here we go. Qualifying underway. Mini Swift on the track.
Maybe qualifying, but they are running nose to tail like it's a race. They're going out of the straight. They all decided that they were going to be on at the same time as they're making their way through the chicane. I guess they wanted to use the drafting effect, maybe learn a little bit for tonight's afternoon heat races, I should say, as they're now all making their way down the backstretch, head into that first major hairpin. That is turn at number 6. Let's look to see if there's any major passes. They're not. They're going to say nose to tail as they make their way out. There's a good 3-pack, and there's another 4-pack right behind. So already those guys are getting themselves in the drafting mindset, trying to see if they can get a good time. Keelan Harvick riding out that second back of the 4-pack. Now here comes the top 3, making their way down into the second part of the bull corner. Oh, looks like
boy, all of a sudden everybody just slowed down.
This is heat races. Okay, I thought we had one more left.
I did too.
Heat races about to go underway here for your Mini Swift. Your front row goes as follows: Gage Bailey, Tyler Roberts, 1 and 2. Derek Wargo runs P3 next to Keelan Harvick. Joseph Chamberson is going to start P5 next to David Yabera, starting in P number 6. Carson Berry in P7. Emmett Edolds running in P number 8. Davis Henry in P9. Juan Jose Parmato runs in the top 10. So we're about to get underway here for our heat races. Again, this is going to set the second group of heat races for the second round, starting tomorrow before we go into the feature. So you can see some drivers trying to get some heat into their tires. There's Tyler Roberts on the inside. Right behind him, Keelan Harvick. That's going to be a good row to look out for. Eyes on the starter. Green flag is out. They're making the way to the chicane. Nose to tail. Roberts looks like he's still trying to get his nose into it. Harvick on the back bumper, the bright yellow helmet. Tries to push him on the inside line as they get themselves worked back out. Roberts goes into P2. That's going to be Noah Perez running out in front, making the way down that long back stretch, heading into that first hairpin. Down to the inside, Keelan Harvick has a look on the inside of Roberts. Still door-to-door. He's left for the second set of chicanes.
Harvick going side by side through turn 6 there.
Harvick was on the outside. Now he finds himself in P3. Roberts in P2. Noah Perez finds himself out in front.
Wow. Watching those guys go down in there into turn number 6 for the first time, side by side as they came through. Able to figure it out, stretch it out. Already it looks like Noah Perez is starting to stretch it out just a little bit. Again, just their first lap. It looks like somebody got a dive bomb to the inside of, I believe that was Keelan Harvick. It got bumped back by the 198. And that's the 199, and that's Tyler Roberts. So a good run so far for Tyler. Gage Bailey, though, out in front.
Yeah, Gage Bailey. Sorry, that was Gage Bailey, not in front. We messed up on our part. Now out in front, holding by about 4 or 5 kart lengths over the rest of the field. There's a good shot of the gap between the leader, and you can see how much of a break they have. Oh, they're all tangled up going into that hairpin. Harvick had to roll the outside line. He's down on the inside in that second set of hairpins. Finds himself up into P2, and oh, there's another dive bomb on the inside. That was from, I believe, Jose Chambers, trying to see if they can make their way in, and I was going to be Harvick that said, no, I like the second spot, and they're still bunched up from behind. Meanwhile, your leader of Gage Bailey enjoying the view that they see in the rearview mirror as everyone continues to go back and forth. He continues to open up the lead as they make their way around. Tires just squealing. Coming to that quick left-hander before this hairpin. Quick look to the inside. A little bit of a body slam as they make their way out of turns number 15. One more lap in the books. Roberts now works his way back up into P3 through that entire mishap that happened over in that past couple of corners. P number 4 is going to be the third kart in that second pack. That is going to be Derek Wargo. Finds himself in P4. But right now, your leader, Gage Bailey, holds on to a huge lead as the rest of the field. I don't think they're done yet.
Yeah, Gage really did. He got a great start, able to pull it out a little bit. Now he's actually gapped him pretty good. Keelan right now, Harvick is in that second position. I believe that's Tyler Roberts hanging on to third. Derek Wargo in that 4th spot. Just now coming through the infield section of the course. Again, going to come through turns number 11 and 12. Come down here through 13 and 14. Now through 14. They'll come out of 14, make a hard right here, back onto the front stretch once again, back by the start finish, and still it's Gage Bailey, Keelan Harvick, Tyler Roberts, Wargo still in that 4th spot, Chambers, Ybarra, Henry now in that 7th spot, Tyrone Kemper Jr. now up into 8th, Carson Berry now in that 9th spot. All right, it was Tyrone Kemper, as I said, in 8th, Carson Berry 9th, and Juan Jose Paramo right now in the 140 is in the 10th position. Again, just a couple of laps in, a few more to go here.
Yeah, we're watching the fantastic battle for the 2nd spot. Harvick moved back one more position as Roberts was able to take away P number 3. There's a beautiful shot. Your leader's making away on the bottom of the screen. There's the rest of the field. We're going to switch back over shortly to the battle for the 3rd position. There it is. Harvick running in P3. P2 is Tyler Roberts, and right behind Harvick, trying to make a look for the inside, was Derek Wargo. As they make their way out of the final corner, one more lap in the books. There's a distance, not actually a whole lot of distance now between Bailey and Roberts now in P2. Last time by it was roughly 1.4. Before that it was 1.8. So they're already making up a little bit of time. If these three can keep their heads down and decide to maybe work together, especially down this long backstretch, they may be able to close back up by the time this heat race comes to a close. Gage Bailey, though, has got to be consistent because that back three look like they're trying to come for him.
And you're right. It looks like the two right behind, that's going to be Keelan and Derek Wargo, have managed to work together and push their way up onto that back bumper now of Tyler Roberts in that 2nd position. They're just about a kart length away, but it's still, what a run so far for Gage Bailey, the 169. Once again, just now coming through turn number 15, and look at that. The two of them together have gotten around Tyler Roberts. Now it's Keelan Harvick up into the 2nd spot. Derek Wargo 3rd. Roberts now in that 4th spot. So Derek kind of tapped the back of his helmet saying, come on, get up on the back end here. Let's push our way up there to the leader.
Yeah, that pass for the 2nd spot that Harvick made, and along with Wargo on Roberts, it cost a little bit. They're now 1.8 back from the leader of Gage Bailey. So they lost 0.4 in that pass. I feel like they're making it up. I said that too soon because down the inside, there went Wargo. Getting around Harvick. Harvick goes to the back bumper. Tyler Roberts now closes back up. So these three, if they are able to run back and forth like this and they just settle it down a hair, they could be able to catch back up to Bailey. I'm interested to see what the time's going to be when they make their way across the track because that was a pass where no one lost any momentum going through that hairpin. But now, I mean, that gap is still out there. I think Bailey may have sealed the deal on this one if he's just able to hold on and these three continue to battle back and forth for the 2nd spot.
Yeah, taking a look at it as they just now come through the last turns here and back again onto the front stretch. Derek Wargo now up into that 2nd spot. Keelan Harvick all over his back end, and already just visually you can see they've probably picked up just a couple of kart lengths that last time by. Let's see, it's actually going to be 3 karts, hopefully nose to tail, as they go racing down the back stretch heading for turn number 6. Gage Bailey out there all on his own. Here comes those next few karts, your 2nd spot, 3rd spot, 4th spot working together, and then 5th on back. Right now in that 5th position is Jose Chambers, David Yarbera in that 6th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. in 7th, it's Davis Henry in the 8th spot. So again, we'll have to take a look as they come back around. They're just now heading through turns number 13 and 14. Just a few more laps to go.
Yeah, 3 laps to go at the line as the leader still has a huge gap with the rest of the field. Gage Bailey has done a fantastic job. Although he's lost a little bit of time, he's down 2/10 now to Derek Wargo, who finds himself in P number 2. So that 2nd pack is able to close up to your leaders. Although with 5 laps to go at the line, it's going to be a little iffy to see if he's going to be able to pull it off. As there's the shot. That's the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Wargo, Harvick running in P2. P3 is Tyler Roberts, making their way out of that far side hairpin. Now they come into the 2nd set. This is going to be a good lap to look out on the timesheet for. If they're able to keep it clean through, no one has passed just yet. They're all still nose to tail, all in the draft. They're all there for each other if they need it to give just a little bit of assistance. But I think if they're able to keep it clean, If that time shows anything under a 1.4 between the distance between Bailey and Wargo, we could see a 4-kart battle here shortly if they're able to keep this up. That's the thing. You got to have to keep the momentum going. If you don't and you decide to battle back and forth the final laps, kiss any chance you had goodbye. Coming across the line, there's Bailey. Gap now is a 1.8, so he was able to make up 2/10 that lap. I think that may have done it for Bailey. That may be locked into the show, because pretty soon that second pack is going to start battling back and forth to see who can get the highest going into Heat 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think Gage was able to get out there just enough to keep himself away from that battle going on right behind him between Wargo and Keelan Harvick. Talking to Derek's dad earlier, felt like they had some pretty good speed in their kart. Looking forward to going out there. Derek's young man who races back at home in New Orleans. Along with Tyrone Kemper Jr. here. Great big contingency of our folks over from Louisiana. Great to have everybody out here. So far, so good. Gage Bailey loving life right now. Sitting out there all on his own. Going to look up and see the white flag this time.
Yeah, 1 lap to go at the line. Then we can see the battle for the second spot making the way across. There's another fantastic side-by-side battle. That is for, if I'm not mistaken, that is for the 5th and 6th position between Josie Chambers is now out in the 5th spot over David Yarbera. So we're going to give love to that second pack of the battle. Tyler Roberts, though, that last lap went purple. He is the fastest kart on track, and he did that late in the race. So it's curious to see if he's going to be able to keep that going into heat number 2. They're 3 wide coming out of the hairpin. That is Harvick now on the inside. He was on the outside. Roberts tries to send it in. Here comes, that is going to be Wargo. Sends around the outside line. And here comes Roberts trying to get into the mix. They are still going back and forth. 3 wide on the final lap of just heat 1. Now on the outside line, Roberts tries it. Here comes Wargo again. Tries to get his nose in. A little bit of contact. Harvick holds on. Here comes Roberts in the tow. Tyler Roberts now is going to try to sit it down the inside. He's going to wait. He's on the inside. Harvick shuts the door into the last major passing point. There's your leader coming back across the line. Let's see if we get the battle for the 3rd spot. It looks like Harvick's going to hold on. Roberts just going to edge out over Derek Wargo. A fantastic run there for the 2nd spot.
Just as we had figured, it was going to be quite a battle there for those second 3 for 4. And so it ends up, what a run for Gage Bailey. Congratulations, Gage. Keelan Harvick will end up taking that 2nd position. Tyler Roberts ends up in 3rd, just a tad ahead of Derek Wargo, ends up in 4th. And David Yarbera, good run there for David, able to get up there into the 5th position. Josie Chambers now in the 6th spot. Davis Henry in 7th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. ends up at 8th, and Carson Berry will round out your 9th spot. And then in 10th, it's going to be Juan Jose Paramo in the 10th spot.
With that, we're going to send it to another commercial break. We're now in our heat races, so don't go anywhere. We still got more heat races yet to come. Once we're done with heat number 1, we're going to send it over to Sunday for tomorrow. We'll go to heat 2 and our final. So, without further ado, we're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, more heat races yet to come.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products Easy GP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun, family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
We're about to get underway with your Micro Swift, sponsored by Houston Freightliner with Winston Starr. Your front row is going to be Ashton Wyatt next to Paxton Dyson. Sawyer Chambers is going to start in the third spot next to Royce Vega. Alex Chandler is going to start in P number 5 next to Nicholas Orbezo. Emerson Lane is going to start in P7 next to Tanner Barsh. P number 9 goes to Colton Schillenberg, and P10 goes to Patricio Medina. That is going to be your top 10. Again, all this wouldn't be possible without our main line sponsor. Our main line sponsor is going to be Auction ETX is our main sponsor for the TSRX entire season. Without them, all this would not be possible. All the raffles that they gave away, all the deals that they can give for entries. And what a fantastic event that we've had so far. Almost 200 entries here for the second round. First round obviously was a weekend before SCUSA. That's a big race. We expected a big card count, but they managed to carry it on and improve on that coming into race number 2.
Excellent turnout. Really happy to see it. And of course, yes, can't say enough for our phenomenal sponsors. And of course, congratulations to all the folks who won our raffles today. That was pretty cool. Always nice to get a couple of gifts before you go out and do some racing. All right, so our next group getting ready to come around and hopefully take the green flag. That's going to be our Micro Swift, brought to you by Houston Freightliner along with Western Star.
Drivers now getting lined up, about to make their way into the final corners of the track before getting hopefully the green flag this time by the start-finish line. You can hear in the background some of the KAs decide they wanted to warm up their engines before getting underway here. Don't know how high you need to get an engine when it's already about 100 degrees out, but apparently fairly hot if you ask them. As they're making their way into the final couple of corners, about to make their way around, coming down at a walking pace.
They are really taking their time.
Yeah, fairly slow. Good thing is you'll be bunched up, so hopefully get this one in one go. They don't have to go in.
I don't know, with all the crowd along the fence down there, perhaps they're just doing like a little parade here. Anybody waving?
Give them the waves to the mechanics, let them know if they got a good card or not in the warm-up lap.
All right.
Perfect timing as the KAs decided they wanted to get their engines nice and warm as we're about to get underway here. Eyes on the starter, down across acceleration cone. Green flag is out. Already a couple guys decided to peek their head on the inside line. Through the inside chicane, side by side. As they make their way to the final double right-hander, this is where you got to play it smart. You have to be in a line because if you decide to peek back out, you may be able to kill some momentum with the guy in front of you, but they're also going to kill your own. As they go down that backstretch, they're nose to tail in the draft, making their way down to the hairpin for the first time. Ron John?
Oh, that was beautiful. One of the young guys out in front is already telling somebody to tap on the back of the helmet there to try to get up on his back end. He's out there all by himself. No, you guys stay back there. I'll just run away. Wait to see which particular driver that was. Is that Paxton Dyson that was out there in front? I believe in the 122, along with, I believe, Ashton Wyatt.
I believe Royce Vega is also in the mix.
Royce in there as well. All right, here they come through now through turns 14, now through 15. All right. Coming down, it's actually the cart number 21, so that's Paxton. It looked like it was Paxton Dyson up there, but it's actually Ashton Wyatt. So Ashton Wyatt now up to the point. That'll bring Sawyer Chambers up into the second position, along with Paxton Dyson now in third. Alex Chandler in the fourth spot. Royce Vega back down a spot now in fifth. Emerson Lane in sixth. Colton Scheinenberg in the seventh position. Nicholas Orbezo in the eighth. It's Liam Nachawati in the ninth position, and Patricio Medina in the 10th. So again, just getting underway. Heat race number 1 here for our Micro Swift. Again, brought to you by the Houston Freightliners and Western Star.
There's a good shot of your leaders now making the way, coming into the final couple of corners. You can tell this track was built by a racer because this final big last passing point is right in front of all the mechanics and the tuners. So you can see all the last lap passes that may happen. Making the way down, of course, to start-finish line. Ashton Wyatt out in front, and there's already a shake-up in that second pack. Top 3 starting to bunch back up. Ashton Wyatt out in front. Sawyer Chambers running in P number 2 with Paxton Dyson in P3. Paxton went purple last lap. He is the caboose of that top 3 chain, making their way down the back stretch. So keep an eye out for that top 3. There's a beautiful shot. There's your leader Wyatt, Chambers, and P2. And now down to the inside, it looks like Dyson is going to take the spot away. He goes to P number 2. So he is going to be up into that mix. He was a fastest car on track last time by. He is now trying to see. He's tapping the back of the helmet. He wants Sawyers to work with them. He's like, hey, we got 2 kart links in between ourselves and the leader. We got to catch back up here shortly.
And as soon as we say that, that's exactly what happened. Able to get back right in line, get there up onto the back bumper and help push him up towards our leader. Again, that's Ashton Wyatt out there in front. Wading through him, come through turn 15 onto the front stretch once again. Wyatt, Dyson, Chambers, your top 3. As they go racing by Alex Chandler up a spot now into 4th. Royce Vega back into 5th. Emerson Lane still hanging on to 6th. Colton Schneidenberg in that 7th spot. Nicholas Orbizo still hanging on to 8th. Tanner Barschnell up in the 9th. And Pasha Ali now up into that 10th spot. Still, look at that battle going on amongst our top 3. I believe, Coleman, we might have had a change.
Yeah, that was the second placement of Paxton Dyson was able to pass around Ashton Wyatt for the point. So he is now out in front. Curious to see if he's able to walk away because last time by he was running a little bit faster, about 0.2 of a lap faster than both Ashton Wyatt and Sawyer Chambers, as it looked like that was your leader originally. Now second placement of Ashton Wyatt got a little loose coming up into turns number 14, now into turn number 15. Cutting the air out in front, Paxton Dyson leading his first lap this afternoon. Across the stripe, again, these are 8-lap features, so we are just now halfway. We are 8-minute features. We're now 4 minutes in, so we're just at halfway. Dyson out in front, Wyatt in P2. Sawyer Chambers running at P number 3. As you can hear in the background, KA100 Senior is going to be up shortly as the mechanics going to let the entire grid know. Now pushing down to the inside line, going into that final corner. That was your leader. Now leader is going to be Ashton Wyatt. Makes their way out on point. P2 now goes to Paxton Dyson. Dyson staying into the toe of your leader out in front. Sawyer Chambers continues to sit in that 3rd spot. I'm wondering if Sawyers is in the cat bird seat, knows that he's quick, and just wants to save it towards the end. He's like, you know what? You two go out there.
Right.
You start battling back and forth. Use up your tires and your equipment. I'll stay back towards the end because I know we got 8 minutes. Their micron is set up so that they can tell exactly how much time's left. But he's sitting in a good spot right now. If those two decide to duke it out back and forth, he can sit there right there and watch. If they decide to try to pull away, he's also in the toe. He can join them.
And you know that driver that's sitting there in that forced position all on his own is hoping for sure that something happens up ahead of him. He's a pretty good distance back. That's Royce Vega right now, about 2.4 second distance between Chambers and Vega. Again, that's 3rd to 4th. As we see our top 3 heads down, nose to tail as they race down the backstretch, heading toward turn number 6. Still Ashton Wyatt out in front.
Yeah, and while we looked shortly there was a battle for the, I believe it was the 6th spot between Colin Scheisenberg and then Nicholas Ortiz and Emerson Lane. We're all going back and forth. There it is again. That's the battle for the lead, actually, as they make their way into the double right-hander coming into the inside parts of the track. No, I'm sorry, that is the battle for the 3rd position, or sorry, the 6th, 7th, and 8th position as they make their way down into the final couple of hairpins. They're continuing to stay nose to tail. Leaders are making the way. There's the leaders again. So that is Ashton Wyatt back in front over Paxton Dyson running in P number 2. Not too far behind, trailed by 2 or 3 kart lengths. Sawyers Chambers is in the toe. Last lap, Ashton Wyatt went purple, so he's now the fastest kart on track. There's the battle for the 6th, 7th, and 8th spot. That is Colton Scheisenberg leading the way over Nicholas Orbezo and Emerson Lane also up in the mix. So those 3 also going back and forth. They got a good toe for themselves. Switching back over, your leaders now, Ashton Wyatt is getting a little bit of help there from Paxton Dyson. They're slowly starting to pull away, but the way this track is set up with the hairpins, it's able to bunch them back up, keep them close together, and make sure that everyone has a chance at the top 3, or sorry, these 3 have a chance for the lead as they're making their way to the hairpin once again. So that 3rd placement of Sawyer Chambers, he's not letting the top 2 go, even though Ashton Wyatt and Paxton Dyson have thrown down some of the fastest lap times.
Yeah, what an unfortunate position that Royce Vega ends up in, and that is all by himself in the 4th position. He does have another kart back behind him, but that's still a pretty good, maybe 10 to 15 kart distance back to the 5th place driver. In the meantime, the top 3 have gone back by the start-finish once again. I believe they're now coming through the S's part of the track, now through turn number 5 onto the backstretch once again. Ashton Wyatt head down as he goes towards turn number 6. And that's Paxton Dyson that continues to be all over his back bumper. And of course, Sawyer Chambers right there in the third spot. Laps winding down.
Yeah, they are indeed, as we're now watching. There's the battle for the 6th position. That is Nicholas Orbezo able to get back up one more position. Colton Scheisenberg able to get to P number 7 still, and Emerson Lane. Those three continue to go back and forth. There's a good shot. You can see the 3 now making the way out of that second to last hairpin as they continue to follow. There's the leaders going by now. Nose to tail the top 2, Wyatt and Dyson, followed by 3rd placement of Sawyer Chambers. Chambers falling off just a little bit. And there's the battle for the 6th spot coming across the line. Orbezo able to hold out in front, but he's side by side, door to door, going to the chicane. That is going to be Orbezo out in front. Scheisenberg running in P2. Lane sitting there, P7 and Lane in P number 8. So those two can continue to go back and forth. There's a battle for the lead down on the inside. Dyson, now your new leader. P number 2 decides to fight back once again. So Wyatt back out in front over Dyson as they make their way out of, I believe that is turns numbers 12, heading into 13. 1 and 2, Wyatt and Dyson. P3 not too far back is Sawyer Chambers. He's slowly working his way out of drafting distance. He's right there, though. He's on the border between in the draft and out of the draft. Making the way into turns number 14, now coming up into 5th battle for the 3rd spot. They continue to go door to door. White flag is out. Your leaders went by at the bottom of the screen. There's a battle for the 6th position. It continues to grow. Orbezo able to bunch the group back up one more time. He leads over Scheisenberg. Lane, Pashi Ali able to get back up. He is running in the 9th position, and P10 of Tanner Barshu able to run in 11th. So they continue to stay nose to tail. Your leaders now are coming up in the final couple of corners here on the last lap. That battle continues to heat up. We're going to switch back over to the leaders shortly, hopefully, so we can see how this is going to pan out. There's a battle for the lead. Battle for the lead now. Dyson running in P2. Your leader still of Ashton Wyatt. Now down to the inside goes Dyson. Here comes a crossover. That is going to be Wyatt now trying to run the outside line. He's going to be inside at P number 3. Sawyer Chambers may have a shot at this. Now out in front, Ashton Wyatt able to hold her on. And here comes Chambers now for 2nd. Chambers gives a little bit of a body shove to Wyatt. He's able to hold on to P2, and he is going to make up one more position. So that is going to be Paxton Dyson able to go to P1. And here's a battle for the rest of the crew. This is 6th position and on back. They're going to come across single file. So that is going to end up being Orbezo holding on to P6, Scheisenberg P7, Emerson Lane P8, Pashi Ali 9th, and Tanner Barshu able to round out the top 10. So congratulations to the winner of Paxton Dyson. Sawyer Chambers able to sit back and watch in P3, able to come into P number 2, and Ashton Wyatt now finds himself in the 3rd position. We're going to go to another commercial break. When we come back, we still have more racing yet to come, so don't go anywhere as we still have more racing yet to come here. TSRS round number 2 brought to you by Action ETX here in beautiful Auction ETX, brought to you here at SpeedSportz. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
And we're back here for round number 2 of TSRX. So we're about to get underway here shortly with our KA100 Juniors. That is sponsored by 4T Concrete and Plumbing. 4T Concrete and Plumbing. You can see they're making their way out on track. They're trying to get some heat into those tires. The clouds decided to come out. I'm not complaining. It feels fantastic right now. So we now have, this is going to be a stacked crew. Cooper Shipman is going to start next to Elio Meza out in front. 2 names we've seen a lot of in the Florida Winter Tour. Oscar Iliff starting in P3 next to Lando Skinner, another stacked second row.
Yep.
Brandon Domingo starts in P number 5 next to Davis Cunningham. P number 7 is going to be Ernesto Riviera, someone else we've seen a lot in the National Series, followed by Gabriel Kafaka. P number 9 is going to go to Cameron Reed, followed by Reagan Saval, rounds out the top 10. So we got a decent top 10 group here. A lot of guys with a lot of experience, some guys who are locals with a lot of experience at this track, which, as we know, goes a long way. Hometown or home field advantage is something that you've got to compete with. They're now slowing down, I should say, bunching up the group, coming down to a walking pace, and hopefully we're going to have another clean start like we did last time by.
I certainly hope so, and yeah, I'm definitely familiar with the couple of guys that are sitting right there on that front row. Cooper and Halio. Halio, of course, a winner in the Florida Winter Tour, so great start to his season this year, and right now he sits on the outside of the pole. Here we go.
Making their way down to line. Look to see if it's going to be a clean start. Looks like there's one struggling from behind, but we are going to go green. Leaders now making their way down into turn number 1. It looks like it is going to be Meza making his way out in front. Shipman's going to slot into P2. I think he gets pushed back into P number 3. What a beautiful line of karts making their way out of that double right-hander coming down this long straightaway.
Boy, look at that group.
They got a good tow going for him.
Wow.
And here it is. We've seen this before. Shipman and Meza are going to go nose to tail and try to push themselves away from the field. See if they can't get a good run going for themselves the final couple of laps. See if they can't have some pass back. But I think 3rd and 4th placement of Oscar Iliff and Lando Skinner are going to say no to that and try to stay with them.
Happen to notice that a couple karts go off there heading into turn number 6, able to get back underway and back onto the track. No harm, no foul, back underway and racing. Waiting for our leaders to come back by. Looks like it is Cooper Shipman out there in front. Halio Meza hanging on to that 2nd position. Wait as they come back by the start-finish once again. Pick up the scoring loop. Cooper Shipman, Halio Meza, Oscar Iliff, Landon Skinner, Ernesto Rivera right now in that 5th position. Braden Domang in the 6th. Cameron Reed now up 2 positions into 7th. Good run so far for Cameron. Gabriel Kafka in the 8th spot. Joey Friend right now in 9th. And Justin Music rounds out our top 10.
Elio Meza was able to get back around Shipman to go to P number 1. So that top 4 continues to stay bunched up. So that is now Meza, Shipman, Iliff, Skinner is your top 4. Now into the mix of the 5th position. is going to be Ernesto Rivera is going to find themselves in P5. But now there's more than 5 in the mix. They continue to go back and forth. There's a break between the top 5, and then 6th, 7th, and 8th is not too far behind of Domingo, Reed, and Kafaka running in P8 as they continue to stay bunched up. Oh, a little wide went your leader. That was Meza goes a little wide. He is now going to fall back into P number 3. Shipman now is going to be out in front. Oscar Iliff finds himself up into P2. So we're going to have an intense 5 to maybe even 8 kart battle as we still have more about to join the party.
Another fine young driver in Oscar Iliff. Seen him out on the road as well. Right now he's sitting right on that back bumper of Cooper Shipman as they just come through turn number 7, heading for 8. Go through the infield part of the track here. Again, as I'd mentioned, it stretches out to 15 turns here at the SpeedSportz. Well, I tell you what, Oscar is all over the back bumper of Cooper Shipman. And again, Helio Meza slots back into that 3rd spot. Ernesto Rivera in 4th. Landon Skinner the last time was in that 5th spot. Here they come back around. Once again past the start-finish line. Pick up the scoring loop. Cooper Shipman, Oscar Iliff, Helio Meza, Ernesto Rivera, Landon Skinner. Your top 5, no change there. Braden Domingue up into that 6th spot. Cameron Reed now, again, still hanging on in his 7th. Gabriel Kafka in 8th. Diego Gio right now in that 9th spot. And Joey Friend will round out your top 10. Again, just a couple of laps in.
Yeah, that was Oscar Iliff able to get back around Cooper Shipman. That's going to bunch up the top 3. Now we have Helio Meza back into the group. Again, ran wide on the exit of 15. Dropped a couple wheels, falls back into P3. Now we got a 3-kart battle for the lead. And down on the inside, I believe that was Rivera. No, that was Skinner able to get around Rivera. So now we have 3-pack out in front. There's a short 2-pack between Rivera and now Skinner, who's up into 4. Rivera running in P5. Top 3 are just now coming in front of us, going across the start-finish line. Whoa. We're about 4 minutes in, so about 4 more minutes to go. Top 3 still nose to tail. Iliff out in front over Shipman in P2. And in the 3rd spot is Meza. Meza went purple. He is now on the back bumper of Shipman, making his way down that backstretch. Let's see if he's going to pop out or if he's going to continue to push. Coming down to the hairpin, not close enough to make a move. To the back bumper goes Shipman on Iliff. Iliff is someone who I remember running back in the micro and mini days, running in the USPKS and Miami Grands. Now finds himself in leading juniors here at TSRX as they make their way over to the final couple of double right-handers coming into this hairpin. Another good passing opportunity. Let's see if Rivera is going to be able to bunch up, make it a 5-kart battle. It's currently a 4-kart battle, rounded out by Skinner. Rivera right there in the tow, and he's got a little bit of help from behind. That is Braden Domingo running in P number 6. So top 4, because you say nose to tail, 5 and 6 are not too far off in the tow distance, making their way out on the start-finish straightaway. We are now almost 5 minutes in. Leaders making their way to the chicane. Ron John, I think we might see an intense 4-kart battle for the lead here.
I do believe we are, and as a matter of fact, it just showed up that the 4th place driver's fastest kart out on the track that time by, Landon Skinner. You could see him all over the back bumper of Helio Meza as they come into turn number 6. And again, all of a sudden it went from just 3 to 6 karts now. We have the 6th place kart, maybe 2 karts behind the 5th place driver right now, and that 5th place happens to be Ernesto Rivera. So he's got some company now. Again, here comes our leaders. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 deep as they head into turn number 14, now through 15. Still, Oscar Iliff out in front. The 814 of Cooper Shipman still hanging right there on that back bumper. So your top 4 are still trying desperately to gap just a little bit over the 5th place driver of Ernesto Rivera. Again, Landon Skinner once again went purple.
These guys now finding themselves in the tow going down the backstretch. I think they wanted to settle it back down in order to see if they can't maintain where they're at and pull away from the field. I say that, and there's a pass for the 2nd position. That was Meza getting around Shipman. Although they're not done yet, it looks like that was the 4th placement of Skinner trying to see if it could get his nose into the mix. So now we have a 5-kart battle due to that pass. That is now Ernesto Rivera has able to join the party. And in the 6th spot, Braden Domingo, don't count him out. He is in the tow in that 6th spot, and he is watching the top 5 go back and forth, especially in the 4th and 5th position, or sorry, 3rd and 4th position. So if they continue to go back and forth like this, it'll be a 6-kart battle for the lead. and Domingo may find himself in a very good position here. Leaders making their way out of the final couple of corners, coming down the last corner. One more lap in the books. We are now 6 minutes and 35 seconds in as he came across the line. They are now nose to tail. Oh, it looks like Meza maybe trying to set up Isla for a pass going down to the 180. He is all in the back bumper. He's got the run. Let's see if he's going to take it. He looks down low. He's up in the toe. He's in the tuck, I should say. Coming down the final corner, pops out to the inside. Meza is going to take it away from Ilif.
Bring him off.
And there comes Shipman. Shipman's going to try to Ilif's going to try to pass it back. Shipman tries to get his nose into it. And there, 5-cart battle for the lead, and the 6th placement of Rivera seeing this happen in front and using it to his advantage because now he is within the towing distance.
You know, and I thought for sure once that door opened with iLife that many of his friends were going to come along with Haleo, but that was not the case. Oscar was able to tuck back right on the back bumper of Haleo Meza. Cooper Shipman all over the back bumper of Oscar. Then, of course, you got Landon Skinner right there, Ernesto Rivera. And in the meantime, we've actually started to bring in the 7th place driver. That's going to be Diego Guillo. Diego now trying to make his way up onto that front group. Again, I know time and laps are winding down. Meza, iLife, Shipman, your top 3.
Look for a pass to 3rd position. That is going to be P4 of Lando Skinner. Has a look to the inside. He has to get on the blinders. Bunches up the whole field. Everyone tried to go low to defend. Now that is going to be a pass for the 3rd spot and then 4th. So that was Shipman able to get around Ilif. Skinner was able to get around Ilif. So Ilif falls back through the field. Mays is still out in front. Top 3 have now broken up just a little bit due to that pass. I feel they're going to bunch back up coming out of these hairpins. But now that 5-cart battle continues to heat back up and now it's split. 3 carts in front, 2 running right behind, and the 6th placement of Braden Domingo. Watch this all happen. He is trying to get his opportunity, and I believe we're going to get the white flag here this time by.
Going to get 2 to go.
2 to go this time by. White flag next time by. Yep, it's 8 minutes plus 2 laps. So we're at the 8-minute mark. We're going to go 2 more laps. So top 3 continue to battle back and forth, and it's not cooling back down. Meza out in front, Shipman in P2, Skinner in P3, Rivera P4, and Ilif all the way back into P5.
It's kind of what I talked about earlier for poor Oscar. You open that door, you know friends are coming, and that's exactly what happened. Not able to really get back up there and put himself in a position to get back around those guys because the 3 have kind of cut away. They're about maybe, I'd say 4 carts up ahead of the 4th place driver. In the meantime, we're going to have a change for that 4th position. It looks like that was going to be iLife getting around Rivera. And it's still battling going on. Just a couple of laps left. They're going to come around this time. See the white flag. 1 more to go. Here we go, Caleb.
Yeah, look for all sorts of defending as they make their way across the stripe. Everyone is now bunched back up. That is a 6-cart battle for the lead. Meza leads him down into the chicane, followed by the double right-hander. They're in single file. Look for Meza to defend going down into turn number 6. Out of turn number 5, making their way down the backstretch. A little bit of passing there happening in the back. They're on view. We're in view of the top 3. Making their way down here to the inside. That is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, that was Ilif and Rivera able to get back around. Top 3 decided to duke it back and forth. There's a little bit of a body slam there as Ilif is trying to muscle his way back in. Meanwhile, your leader of Elio Meza pulls out in front. 4 carts continue to go back and forth. I believe that's Ilif leading him from the 3rd spot. P number 2 of Shipman broken up from Meza. So now Meza's got this kind of locked in as they went 3 wide out of the last hairpin. They're still 3 wide as they make their way down. This is going to be a battle for P number 3. Down to the inside and a late sin. Ilif gets shuffled. Ilif's now on the inside. A little bit of contact. Swinging way wide as they now settle back down. Still side by side across the line. Leader and winner is going to be Meza.
Wow. A lot of patience in that young man, Haleo. Able to just take his time. Knew he had a fast cart. Just needed to put it in the right position. What a great run for Ernesto Rivera. Ends up taking the 3rd spot, up 4 positions. Cooper Shipman hangs on to 2nd. Braden Domingue, that is in that 4th spot. Oscar Ilef, what a great run for Oscar. Unfortunately, not the finish he would like to have had. Ends up in the 5th spot. Landon Skinner in 6th. Diego Guillo in the 7th spot. Davis Cunningham ends up in 8th. Cameron Reed will take that 9th position, and Joey Friend will round out your top 10. Again, want to thank our junior sponsors. That's 4T Concrete Pumping. Greatly appreciate your sponsorship of our KA100 juniors.
As we are now going to sit to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more heat races yet to come.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And welcome back here. About to get underway with our more heat races still yet to come. Again, they do one heat race today, and then is going to be heat race number 2 in the feature tomorrow. On track now is going to be your KA100 Masters, sponsored by Kart Racing Solutions. Front row is going to be Martin Stone next to James Lundberg. Robert Mott with Vincent Clement starts in the 4th position. Andy Miller starts in P number 5 next to Miguel Meyer in P number 6. Shane Burkett starts in P number 7 next to DJ Ortiz. P number 9 is going to be Kyle Yolinski next to Doug Foxworth. So the Masters class is usually guys who know that they have to go to work on Monday, and
Yes, they do.
decide to, they race hard, but they race respectfully.
These are guys that just love karting, and they love the adrenaline rush. They love the competitiveness. They just enjoy it. Keep an eye on Martin Stone. He's always been really, really good at this.
Miguel Myers, someone else.
Miguel, another name that I definitely recognize. Several of them in there. A couple of guys from New Orleans in there racing as well. So here we go.
Yeah, we get them lined up a little bit fast in the last couple of classes that we've seen. This is a typical start. What you see from a kart race is they make their way out of the final corner. They're into the tram lines, coming down the line. The acceleration cone starts in that first cone, ends at the second one. Green flag is out, as it looks like that was going to be your leader of Martin Stone. Moved up towards the outside to try to make sure that he had the position going into the double rights.
Can't tell who that is that had actually gotten around him. Oh, I'm sorry.
Making their way down towards the hairpin for the first time. Making their way, and it's still going to be nose to tail. That was Martin Stone over James Lundberg as the top 2. Third placeman, I believe, is now Vincent Clement, making his way into the 3rd spot. Coming into that quick double right-hander, all sorts of curbing they can use if they want it, as they make their way into the last couple of hairpins. This may be what we call a straightforward race, where they stay fairly nose to tail and make sure that they can get their equipment towards the end, maybe a couple passes towards the end of the race, but a little stagnant towards the middle parts in the start, as we've seen so far.
It's going to be interesting who that was that had slipped in there into number 1, because he's about to go right by Martin Stone as they go to the start-finish line. Nope, going to end up kicking back into that 2nd position. So it's going to be, that was Robbie Mott that has actually moved up into 2nd position. Martin Stone still out there in 1st. Andy Miller now in 3rd. James Lundberg in the 4th spot with Miguel Meir in that 5th position. It's Vincent Clement, 6th. Kyle Ukinski, that is, in that 7th spot. Shane Burkett in 8th. DJ Ortiz in the 9th position with Doug Foxworth right now in 10th. Again, your leaders just now coming through the inner part of the track here. Coming to work their way back around through the S's. And now they just went through turns number 11 and 12 through 13. Coming over here through 14, now into 15. That means after this they'll turn and once again be racing right up towards the start finish once again.
Yeah, top 4 failing nose to tail. Stone leading the field. Sorry, I should say Mott leaving it over Miller. Stone falls back to 3rd. Lindbergh running in P number 4. Meyer in P5 just outside that top 4. So top 4 stay nose to tail. Maybe 5th placeman slowly starting to edge back up to him. That is going to be Miguel Meyer, who we know has a lot of experience. Trying to see if he can't edge his way inside that top 4. Coming down inside the that first hairpin, I should say, for the first time of this lap. We're currently 2 minutes and 21 seconds in, probably about to be 3 minutes and, say, 15 seconds into the next time when they come by. Making their way out of the double right-hander. Oh, a little bit of contact up onto the back of the cart. That was 3rd placeman Martin Stone. Got his 2 wheels up in the air, able to come back down. But now he is going to have to battle back up as he lost a couple of spots. That was a battle back farther towards the midfield. That was not your leaders. Top 5 and 6 still nose to tail, making the way out of turns 15 now through 16. So they're now 3 minutes in this time by, so still 5 minutes to go before they get 2 to go. Again, it's 8 minutes plus 2 laps. So as soon as they hit 8 minutes, next time by they get 2 laps. After that, white flag. After that is checkered. Fairly straightforward.
Makes it awfully easy, doesn't it? Robbie Mott still out there in front. Andy Miller now occupies that second position, up 3 spots for Andy. A couple of spots back right now for Martin Stone. Martin is in the 3rd position. James Lundberg right now in the 4th. Also the 5th place driver right there on the back end is Miguel Muir. Our top 5 just now once again coming through turns 12 and 13. Race down here, come through turn number 14, a little left-hander, then a really hard right-hand 180 degree here as they'll come out, make a little swift right, and once again, race back past the start-finish line here at the SpeedSportz complex. Now through the S's, through turns 5. Right now going through turn 5. Now they'll run down that long backstretch here. Still, Robbie Mott out in front, although he does have somebody definitely pushing on that back bumper. And again, we talked about that earlier. They are allowed to bump draft, so no problem.
Yeah, they're allowed to push each other if they need. That was Andy Miller, who was on the back bumper of Robbie Mott, trying to see if he can get a little 2-cart division going away from the 3 running them behind. But Martin Stone, Lundberg, and Meyer have all been quick. Meyer actually went purple last lap. He went a 57.387 over the first placeman, who went a 57.466. So they're all competitive, all running very similar times, but that second half of the crew is not wanting to give it up. As third placeman, down to the inside, a little bit of a late pass. That was Stone trying to get around Miller. He'll do so. Creates a little bit of a split now. Your leader of Mott over Stone has a little bit of work to cut out for him. Stone went purple that last lap, 57.347. So that top crew, I mean, we're coming down to it. We're just over 5 minutes into this right now, so they're 3 minutes plus 2 laps, and they're not really deciding to wait towards the end. They're trying to do it halfway.
And another thing, too, I want to remind folks, if you do want to see the live scoring, obviously it's on Race Hero. You can check it out and follow right along with us. The KA 100 Masters by Kart Racing Solutions out on the track right now. Just a couple of more laps left. Meantime, though, still Robbie Mott out there in front. As you had mentioned, Martin Stone had gone purple that last time by. James Lundberg, talked to James just a little while ago. Very, very tall individual, Mr. Lundberg is. But here they come now through turn number 15 onto the front stretch once again. And Martin Stone right there on the back bumper of Robbie Mott. James Lundberg still hanging on to the 3rd spot. Andy Miller 4th. Miguel Meyer in the 5th position. Vincent Clement in 6th. Shane Burkett now up into the 7th spot. Doug Foxworth in 8th. It's Morgan LeBaron in the 9th position. Good run so far. Look at how many carts she's managed to get around. Morgan has gotten around 11 carts. In the meantime, looks like we've had a change for the lead. Is that Martin able to get around?
Martin Stone was able to get around Mott, and Mott is not giving it up right now.
No, he's not.
Mott takes it right back from Stone, and here comes the rest of the cavalry. They're all bouncing back up. Lindbergh running in P3s liking this, and now here's another attempt from Stone. Stone gets around. Let's see if Mott's able to hold on. Mott's on the outside line. He's going to have the inside coming in this quick left-hander. He's not backing off, and around the outside tries to go Lundberg. Lundberg now is on the outside coming into turn 15. So it is now Mott still on point. Stone continues to run in P2. Lundberg now has joined the mix as he is running in P3 across the line. Andy Miller also there in the 4th position. So we got a 3-car battle out in front, and here comes Miguel Meyer with Andy Miller to try to catch back up to the top 3. They're there. And you know what? One thing you don't like is a lot of division here when they make their way down the backstretch, because if you're Robbie Mott, you're cutting the air for the 2 behind you as they make their way down. And late pass there from Martin Stone. He is able to get around, but he can't seal the deal.
Not seal it,
and
not
Mott's
at all.
out in front, and now Lundberg gets past. That is going to be Andy Miller tries it, and now Lundberg has to defend, so there's battling happening all over, and now Miguel Meyer tries to see if he can attempt to do a crossover. Coming into the hairpin, he's on the back bumper, tries on the inside, can't get it done, stays nose to tail, so all groups are now battling inside that top 6. Coming down the line, they're going to have, it's going to be 2 to go, it's going to be 2 to go next time by, as we are just now, we're not going to make 8 minutes. It's 7:35, so next time by is going to be 2 laps.
All right.
We got 3 laps to go at the line, and right now, Mott and Stone are going back and forth. Lundberg try to capitalize off of that, and Miller and Meyer are trying to make their way back up.
Yeah, Lundberg without a doubt is in the catbird seat. He can see those two are up there continuing to battle, hoping that something will happen with them and allow him just to slide right on up into that top position. In the meantime, though, he's got a couple of cats right there behind him that are trying to work together as well, and that's going to be Andy Miller and Miguel Meyer, that is. As once again, they come out of turn number 6 and 7, now through turns number 8 and 9. They'll make that run down towards 10 and 11. Again, 15 turns here at SpeedSportz. Texas Sprint Racing Series, man, really putting on a hell of a show this weekend here in New Caney, Texas, at the Allen Rudolph Complex here at SpeedSportz Park. What a beautiful facility. Having some great racing going on. Thought perhaps, and we do. 2 to go. Good call.
2 to go at the line. Ma out in front. Stone in P2. Limburg P3 has been the name of the game since we started this race, it seems like. Although Limburg, who fell back, is now working in the toe. Something we're talking about, such a tall individual. You know, a lot of the taller drivers are able to use their back and just the top heaviness to make the cart jack for them when they go into the corner. Jacking is obviously when the weight transfers onto that opposite side of when they're turning into, able to have the cart rotate better for him. And he is using all that he can as he is now slowly catching back up to Martin Stone. Stone still the fastest car on track. He's in the back bumper. So a little bit of equal spacing there for the top 3 coming into the hairpin. Let's see if there's any passes in the top 3. There is not. 4th and 5th of both Miller and Meyer are able to try to hold on, but there's a little bit of too much separation between them as they make their way into turns 14. Now coming up into turn 15. Top 3 nose to tail. 1 lap to go. Ron John, why don't you take it to the finish?
All right, here we go. White flag is out. Still, Robbie Matt out there in front. Martin Stone all over his back bumper along with James Lundberg. James is, I feel, kind of in the catbird seat, hoping something happens up ahead of him. And as we look out onto the track, down the back stretch, nose to tail, the top 3. In the meantime, our 4th and 5th place drivers just hoping something happens. We're going to have a change for the 4th spot. Little contact, that is, going into turn number 7. Thinks better of it. Backs out a little bit, allows the driver to get back around. That's Miguel Meyer, and I believe that's Andy Miller right there in front of Miguel. Guys going at it as they had gone down into turn number 6 there off the back stretch. Once again through the inside part of the track here. Robbie Mott out in front. Martin Stone right there along with James Lundberg, who has now moved into the 2nd position. Lundberg, the Burrell Art in that 2nd spot. Bang! Checker flag. Ends up Robbie Mott. James Lundberg, what a great run for James. Martin Stone will end up in that 3rd spot. Andy Miller in 4th. Miguel Meyer in the 5th position. Vincent Clement in 6th. Morgan LeBaron in the 7th spot. Shane Burkett will round out in 8th. Doug Foxworth in the 9th. And G.J. Ortiz will round out your top 10. So again, congratulations to our KA100 Masters, brought to you by Kart Racing Solutions. First heat race is in the bank.
Yes, it is. And up next, I believe, is going to be, it's not loaded for me. We got to go to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to have more heat races yet to come, although it's only getting more interesting. I am Caleb Smock alongside Ron John here, covering all the coverage here for the TSRS round number 2 of the 2022 season. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. More heat races still yet to come.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete and all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality. offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Well, welcome back here to TSRS round number 2. We're about to get underway here with our Honda Kid Kart class, brought to you by Helix Electric. Helix Electric is going to be the sponsor for the Kid Kart class. You can see now they're getting a little talk here from our officials from TSRS. They're giving a talk saying that this class is about learning. It's not about racing. You got to be smart. Make sure that you guys finish, because, you know, karts are expensive. I don't care if it's kid karts. I don't care if it's a shifter. They're all expensive. Just matter how much you spend. And I think the last thing you want is a $6,000 learning lesson.
No doubt, but this is the future of karting here. Our youngsters, always great to see them out here. All right, they're turning down onto the front stretch. Everybody looking good as they head down towards the start finish. There's the green flag, and we are off and racing. All right, our Mad Pack has just rolled out of turn number 5, heading down that long back stretch. Looks like we're going to have a pass there for the lead as they just come out of turn number 6. Same thing, 8. All right, then these are youngsters somewhere, I believe, from 4, 5 to 7. So kids who are just now getting a little bit of seat time, which is so important in karting. The more you get out there and battle against folks, the more you learn about the kart and about the racecraft. And of course, it's always great when you've got somebody that's able to mentor you. All right, it's going to be the number 7's got out there and gotten it in front. Have to wait for him to come on by. All right, it's going to be Victor Gus Runderlay right now. Kimo Ahmad in the 2nd position. Andrew Antonasio in that 3rd spot. Maybe Brody Stoffel in the 4th position. Dutch Westbrook in 5th. Brennan Barsh in the 6th spot. It's Theodore Mitchell right now, rolling off in the 7th position right now. Cohen Scott in the 8th. Rafe Ali in 9th. And I believe that's all we have out there is going to be 9 karts right now out on the track. Again, these are our Honda Kids karts. As I said, somewhere between the ages of 5 and 7. Although certainly I've seen some kids out on the national events are racing at the age of 6, so you just never know. Got quite a little battle going on here amongst our top 2. Been going at it here. That's Kimo and Victor. Victor right now up on the wheel in that kart number 7. It looks like the number 99, that is. Don't think he was able to get around him there as they go through the S's now, heading for turn number 5. And again, going to go back down that backstretch. Long run here at SpeedSportz Park. Pretty heavy braking area as they'll head towards turn number 6 here. Looks like we're going to have a pass for the lead here. Heading into turn number 6. I believe that's the 88. Getting around the number 7. Yes, it is. Also going to have a pass there for the 3rd position. So a couple of changes there in our top three. Now, of course, those two that are trying to work together there in that 4th and 5th position would love to be able to get up there and be in that mix amongst those top three. Unfortunately, it looks like the cart that's in the 6th spot is in kind of that no man's land. We can see who this cart is in this 3rd position here. That's the number 33. Looks like he's going to have some company now from the number 8. Didn't quite have the exit there coming out of 15 that he was hoping for. And so now he's got a couple of racing friends right there on his back bumper. That's going to be Dutch Westbrook and Andrew Antonesio. Still, though, Kimo Ahmad in front, the 99. Victor Gus Wonderly in the 2nd position, the number 7. And as I mentioned, the 33 is Dutch Westbrook. Again, our leaders now just coming through turn number 6. No change there in our top 2. Looks like our 3rd position remains the same as well. Still have those 2 young karters working hard there to try to make their way up onto the back bumpers of our leaders. Although our leaders are actually starting to put a pretty good gap there between 2nd and 3rd, probably about 8 karts. As I say that, the leaders pulled away just about, I'd say, 3 or 4 kart lengths now as they come into turn number 14. And again, making that right-hander again down the front stretch. Still no change. Kimo Ahmad. Victor Gus Wonderley. Dutch Westbrook. Brody Stoffel right now in that 4th position. Andrew Antonesio in 5th. Brennan Barsh. Right now, Brennan in 6th. Theodore Mitchell in 7th. It was a green lap there the last time by for Theodore Mitchell. His fastest time so far, a 1:19.922. Cohen Stotts still in that 8th position with Rafe Ali right now in 9th. Rafe out there in kart number 42. Learn his racecraft. Goes Rafe, comes ripping by the front stretch. Just now past the start finish once again. Meantime, here comes our leaders. Do believe we've had another change there in our leaders, and as I was about to mention that, it looks like Kimo has gotten back around. I believe that's a 33 of Dutch Westbrook. See as he comes back around here right in front of me, I can see the letters. Yes, it is. Numbers of 33. So it's Kimo Ahmad, and it's going to be Dutch Westbrook now up into that 2nd spot. Going to drop Victor Gus Wonderley back into 3rd. Our drivers somewhere in between the 1:19 and say 1:24, maybe a little bit more than that. So time's winding down. Looks like we've got about another minute left here for our youngsters, and we've had a change of lead out on the course. Our new leader is going to be the 33 of Dutch Westbrook. Kimo Ahmad now will be in that 2nd position. Look at these guys. They're going to go 3 wide coming down. Oh, not so sure Gus, excuse me, not Gus, but I'm not so sure Dutch had seen the other driver to his outside, the number 7. All right, we got 2 to go. Still battling back here amongst our drivers. The number 9 of Brody Stoffel now up into the 4th spot. Brings Brendan Barsh up into 5th. Andrew Antonesio will now end up in that 6th position. All right, our leaders once again coming down that back stretch. And a lot of folks probably wondering what in the world are, 5 to 7-year-olds doing out there in race karts. Well, that's the ages we start them, and we love it. They work from there and make their way on up. Your top three have been able to kind of space themselves over the 4th, 5th, and 6th place drivers. So the real battle for the victory here has been amongst our top three. Here they come, side by side, nose to tail. Dutch looking to the inside, maybe going to dive bomb to the inside once again as he heads down towards turn number 1, looks over his shoulder, realizes able to make the turn, able to make the pass, that is, and hangs on to it. Look at them as they're going through the S's there. Waiting for him to turn and come onto the backstretch. Here they come once again, racing down that long backstretch here. Head down for Dutch out there in the 33. Ahmad right there in that 2nd spot. All right, Victor Gus Wunderle right there in that 3rd position. I believe our flagman has got going to have to double fist the flags here. He's got a youngster coming around to take his white flag, but in the meantime, the rest of them are coming around to take the checkered here. Here it comes, side by side, nose to tail. It looks like it's going to be Ahmad able to get around. Yes! Ahmad, Kimo Ahmad ends up in the top spot. Dutch Westbrook will end up in the 2nd spot. Victor Gus Wunderle in 3rd. Brody Stoffel will end up in the 4th position. And Andrew Antonesio will round out your top 5. So congratulations to our Honda Kid Karts, brought to you by Helix Electric. Thank you so much for your sponsorship.
And with that, we're going to send it to our quick commercial break. When we come back, we still have 206 still yet to come, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. 206 Racing here at Houston, Texas.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
And welcome back to TSRS. We're about to get underway here shortly with our 206 Senior, sponsored by Cruise Racing Development. About to get underway here shortly with our 206 class. Ron, John, you and I were talking before. We can't wait for this one. Why don't you take them down the top 10?
All right, here we go. Here's the way you're going to line up right now on the pole, the 613 of Bryce Frank. It's Ethan Arndt on the outside pole in the 649. Rocco Ruzic in the 694 will roll off third. Ethan Wolf in the number 2 in the 4th position. It's Caden Wolf up next in the 622, rolls off in the 5th spot. Luke Waller will roll off in the 691 in 6th. It's Blaze Dorenbaum in the 642, rolls off 7th. Garrett Weaver rolls off in the 623 in the 8th position. Braxton Treg in the 684 rolls off 9th. And Sally Mott. Saw Sally back in New Orleans have a gnarly incident, but glad to see her back out healthy and racing. She'll start off in that 10th spot in cart number 601. Again, same deal here, 8 minutes plus 2.
Yeah, 8 plus 2, so hopefully we can have some clean racing here, but 206s typically run closer together as they make their way out of the final corner, coming down the start-finish line. The first cone's the acceleration cone start zone. Green flag is out as they make their way down into turns number 1 and 2, followed by 3 and 4 for that long stretch before we get to turn number 5. As they make their way through, they're still getting themselves single-filed out. As they make their way out, a little bit of side-by-side action coming out of that final corner. And here comes the cavalry. They're still bunched up 2 by 2. Going down, we got a 2-car breakaway out in front as they make their way down nose to tail, and here comes the rest of the herd. Down into the hairpin. Let's see if they make it through cleanly. Looks like they will. Oh, we got one turned around. I'd say that's a pretty good turnout for how many it could have been as they all went in side by side, making their way through. Again, our time sheet's going to update. There's just so much to keep up with. Top 2 pulling away from the field. Nose to tail, I believe that is Ethan Arnott up in that mix, running in P2. I could be wrong. As they make their way out of that final set of hairpins. 3 or 4 carts turned around. 4 carts turned around. Looks like they're all going to get underway. We got one guy with the hand up in the air. Hopefully he can get back and underway. He is hopping out of his cart, so unfortunately he is done. Top 2 coming across the line for the first time. Time machine's going to update for you guys. P number 1 is going to be Bryce Frank with Rocco Roselic running in P number 2. Ethan Arnott is in the 3rd spot with Braxton Tregree in P number 3. Tyler Stevens in P number 5. Ethan Wolf in the 6th spot. Caden Wolf in P7. Malcolm Moore in P number 8. Blasey Durham running in P number 9 with Luke Walker rounding out the top 10. So 1 and 2, Bryce Frank and Rocco Roselic running out in front of the entire field, but that second part of the field is starting to catch back up, Ron John.
It didn't take these guys very long to start making things a little exciting into that turn number 6 there. And then, of course, they got over here to the inside part of the track and went spinning around there. Unfortunately, one of the carts unable to continue on. All right, waiting for it to come back around, and still it was Bryce Frank out there in front with Rocco Ruzic in that 2nd position. I still believe that's Rocco there. Braxton Treg, a good run so far for Braxton, all the way up into the 4th position, right there on the back bumper of Ethan Arndt. So it looks like they're starting to split up here a little bit, going 2 by 2 by 2. I do see, once again, one of those carts, though, kind of ends up in that no man's land. Hopefully somebody will work together, but I noticed that Braxton and Ethan are working together. You've got your top 2, and now look what that's going to be, the 5th, 6th, and 7th place carts have now decided to get in line and work their way now up onto the back bumper. And meantime, behind them, they're still battling on the inside part of the track here.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the easier and at the same time one of the harder classes to catch back up with when you're running in a pack like that. If you have a couple of guys who run very similar lines, maybe someone who likes to roll a corner a little bit more, then it's easier to catch back up because you guys are almost identical in lap times. You got the draft now that comes into effect, and the draft is stronger in 206 than almost any other class when it comes to trying to catch back up. We're seeing that now. Almost everyone has found their pushing partner. Like you look at the 3rd and 4th spot, Ethan Arnott and Braxton Tregree. They have both caught up with someone who's the same speed as them as they're making their way, trying to catch back up to the top 2. And then after that, you get to Tyler Stevens, Ethan Wolf, and Caden Wolf, who Caden Wolf just went purple last lap. He is at the tail end of that front train, and they're all slowly starting to catch back up to the top 2. And the reason why, you got 3 karts in a draft, you got 2 in a draft, and 1's pushing. The one that's pushing's got more momentum, and that is the fastest car to Caden Wolf. He is then closing them back up to the next 2. Those next 2 have the draft off the front 2 in the leaders, so we might see roughly about a 7 to 8 kart pack battle for the lead here shortly, as we are just now over 3 minutes in. So there's still a decent amount of time left for racing. As they're slowly continuing to catch back up, we could easily see a 7 to 8 kart battle for the lead here shortly. There's a beautiful shot. That spacing continues to drop. You remember back to the first lap, those 2 out in front, Frank and Rozek, both had a huge gap. I want to say probably about a quarter of a straightaway by the time they got into turn number 5. Now it's down to 3 or 4 kart lengths.
I can tell you, Braxton Tregg has not taken his bumper off the back end of Ethan Arndt these last several laps. Those 2 are working together really well. They're both very fast. You can see as they're just about onto the back bumper of the top 2. And as we say that, they've now made their way up onto the back bumper of the top 2, heading down the backstretch once again. Looks like we're going to have possibly a change for lead here as they head down into turn number 6. Heck, who knows, we might have several changes for the lead here coming through. In the meantime, the 4 are battling up front. They've got 3 other karts right behind them, now making their way up to it. So you're right, we've been liable to see 6 or 8 karts by the end.
Yeah, you got to be a student of the sport. Someone who I think did this the best was Gary Lawson. He's known as a very good 206 driver. You would never see him in the front 3 until the last 10 laps, but he would always be in the top 3 by the time the checker flag came out, and it's something easy to play with here, especially in 206. Now, there's your new leader. That is Rocco out in front. Oh, a little bit of a dive bomb move there. That was from the 5th placeman. I believe that was Ethan Wolf decided to try to lick the stamp and send it in. They can now come across the line. We got 7 karts out in front. So that is Rocco out in front. Bryce follows in P2. Tregay running in P number 3. Arden running in P number 4. Ethan Wolf now into P5. Stevenson to P6. Caden Wolf now goes fast in P number 7. And you got 2 more. Luke Walker now up into the mix in P number 8. And then Blasen Dornbaum running in P number 9. So you have 9 karts in contention to win here this afternoon. They continue to go nose to tail down that far side hairpin. And I have no idea who's going to win this one. You could literally toss a coin, pick one driver out, and they have a great chance of winning this.
They certainly do, and I tell you what, they have not tried to really get away from everybody. They know that if they do, eventually towards the end, the other guys are going to show up, and they've just decided, hell, we'll do this the entire race. We'll just stay right next to one another, go 4, 5, 6 deep as they come racing once again down through turns number 13 and 14. And now for the lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts nose to tail heading down past the start finish once again. And still, your leader, Rocco Ruzic, Bryce Frank, Braxton Tregg, Ethan Arndt, Ethan Wolf. I was going to mention too, I'd looked back down here, there was somebody that I wanted to make a mention about, at Kelvin Zhang, up 13 positions for Kelvin. So a great run there for him. I know we've been talking a lot about what's going up here up in the front part. In the meantime, still a tremendous amount of racing going on back behind our top 7. And they're still continuing to battle, Caleb, as they head through the inner part of the track here.
Yeah, they continue to go back and forth. There's another pass for the lead. New leader, I believe that is going to be Frank now out in front as Rocco finds himself moving down in front of Ethan Arnott. He is now down into the 3rd position. There's a battle for that second half. Oh, contact there. A little bit of door-to-door racing for you guys. That was the battle for 9th, 8th, and 7th making their way down. Top 3, 4 are starting to pull away. So Frank out in front. Tregay running in P number 2. Wolf into 3rd, and then Rocco, who was your leader, now starting to pull in that 4th spot. Then we got another 3-pack. Ethan Arnott running in P number 5. Stevens in P6. Caden Wolf in 7th. And there's another breakup before Dornbaum and then Walker. So they're all starting to slowly break back up, but there's still a solid top 4. Possibly going to be a 7 if that 3-pack's able to close back up. No one's defending their line just yet. We're about to hit the 8-minute mark when they come by this time by, so we're roughly about 2 to 3 laps to go. It may get a little intense here in the closing laps.
Somebody to keep an eye on, too, is that 2nd-place driver, although it does look like he's about to end up into the 3rd spot now. I believe that, who was that had gotten around him? Was that Bryce Frank that had gotten around him?
I believe so.
All right, we'll wait for him to come back around here, but Braxton Tregg has been steadily making his way up there. Right now he sits in that 3rd spot, pretty good spot to be in as Once again, we're getting the white flag. One more trip around SpeedSportz Park for our 206 seniors, brought to you by Cruise Racing Development. All right, take us to the checker, buddy.
Yeah, it's a final lap. You can see everyone's going to the inside to defend coming into that far side hairpin. There's the battle for the 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. Top 3 out in front, or top 4, I should say, out in front. The battle for 5th continues to heat up. Now down to the inside from the 4th into the P number 3. That was going to be Arnott, able to get around Rocco. Or sorry, that was Rocco able to get around Arnott. So Rocco now up into P3. P4 is now going to be Traggy as make their way around. They continue to go back and forth. They went 2 by 2, almost 4 wide. A little bit of break up there as make their way into turn number 15. Now coming up into 16, side by side for the lead. Here comes the setup for the crossover for your leader. That was going to be Ethan Wolf. Starting all the way back in the mid-pack is now door-to-door across the line. Coming down, they're 3 wide across the line. Checkered flag is out. And it is Bryce Frank able to take away Ethan Wolf. Moved up a couple of positions to finish at P number 2. Rocco Rutezik able to finish at P number 3. Braxton Treget ready to finish at P number 4. Tyler Stevenson rounding out your top 5. 6th spot goes to Ethan Arnott. P number 7 goes to Caden Wolf. P number 8 goes to Blazy Dornbaum. P number 9 goes to Luke Walker. And P10 is Ross Smith. That was your 206 senior. Never disappoints.
Never.
Stay tuned as we're about to go to a commercial break. We're coming down towards the end of the heat race here this afternoon. Up next is going to be 206 cadets, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
and welcome back to TSRS, round number 2, here in just north of Houston. We got an awesome event about to come up. This is 206 Cadet making their way out on track. This is probably going to be just as exciting, if not more, than we saw from our senior class. These kiddos are just under junior age, but just over kid kart age. So they're still learning, they're still developing, but always puts on a good show as we've seen before. Ron, John.
Absolutely, and here's the way they're going to line up as they roll out. On the pole, it's the 270 of Jackson Young. Outside pole, the number 2, it's Derek Wargo. In third position, the 253 of Robert Arana. Up next, Ashton and Wyatt will roll off in the 229 in the fourth position. Chris Tracy up next in the 224. He rolls off in fifth. It'll be Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the 241 and 6th. Keelan Harvick will roll off 7th in the 262. It's Braden Westfall in the 248 and 8th. Davis Henry rolls off the 214 in the 9th position. And Paxton Dyson will round out your top 10 in the 222. Here we go. 8 minutes plus 2. This is our 206 Cadets brought to you by Ferris Mowers. Green flag underway.
Making their way into turn number 1, followed by turn number 2. They're still door to door. Now they're trying to get themselves worked out single file through 3 and 4. Now here comes a long run down to turn 5, one of the longest straightaways we have here on track. They're trying to get themselves worked out of the draft. Top 2 starting to pull away. I believe that was Ashton Wyatt and Jackson Young are able to take away 1 and 2. Third spot, oh, what a late pass, able to get their nose into it. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that may have been Wargo, able to make their way up into P number 3.
It's actually moved up to 2 now.
P2.
Yes, got around him.
Able to make their way back up, and here comes Keelan Harvick trying to round out that 4-pack. Finds himself in the 4th position, so they make their way around. Lap number 1 about to be in the books. Again, this is 8 minutes plus 2 laps. So make their way down into that big left-hander, turn 14, followed by turn 15. What a straight line of karts, all single file.
Unbelievable.
Very clean start as they make their way around the final corner of turn 16. Down across the line, lap number 1 to the books.
Yeah, these guys are nose to tail from, number 1 to position 15. Once again, love when these guys go out there and put on a great show for us, and that's exactly what they're doing so far. Jackson Young, again, came back by the first time. Derek Wargo sitting in that 2nd position, heads down as they race down towards number 6. See a lot of folks like to protect that inside line. It'll set them up there to head to the next turn as well. They'll come in through the inside part of the track. Still Jackson Young in front. Derek Wargo now solidly in that 2nd position. Now has Keelan Harvick moved up as well. I believe Keelan now has moved up into the 3rd position. I think that's the Hunts Brothers kart. Yes, it is. Meantime, he's got some friends all over his back bumper as well. All right, here comes your top 3. Trying to spread out just a little bit over the 4th place driver of Robert Arana. Ashton Wyatt still in that 5th spot. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in 6th. Chris Tracy 7th. Davis Henry 8th. Paxton Dyson right now in 9th. And Braden Westfall will round out our top 10.
Yeah, these kiddos making their way down that long backstretch. Harvick has a look to the inside for P2, able to take it away, and it looks like that was 4th placeman trying to follow. That was Robert Arnada. Tried to follow through. Harvick went all the way to the front in 2 corners. Now he is going to be in command of this field as they make their way down into that final set of hairpins. So that is now Harvick out in front. That's going to push back both Derek Wargo and also Jackson Young fall back a couple positions. Now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts battling it out. So Harvick out in front. Tyrone Kemper Jr. running in the 6th position, rounds out that front field. Coming out of the final couple of corners, down towards the start-finish straight one more time. We are now going to be just over 3 minutes in, so still plenty of racing. Young still holds on to P2. Wargo still P3. Robert Arnada running at P number 4. Ashton Wyatt, P5. Tyrone Kemper Jr. rounds out the field in the 6th position. Again, that is the top 6. The rest of the field is still broken up from behind. And now we're looking, there's a battle. I don't want to say a battle, those two work together. That is 6th and 5th of Kemper Jr. and Wyatt are pushing each other nose to tail, trying to see if they can't catch back up to the top 5. Maybe try to pull off what Keelan Harvick did of going from 3rd to 1st in a matter of 1 corner actually. Did a perfect pass on the inside, then to the crossover behind. So now they're all top 6, nose to tail. making their way around. We're going to be just over 4 minutes in, so just over halfway when they come across our finish line this next time by.
You know, taking a look at that particular pass there, it looked like perhaps Jackson had just gotten a little high as he was heading into that turn, which allowed Keelan just to dive bomb to the inside, and he just went on through. Now Jackson was able to get back into that second spot. Derek Wargo still hanging on to third. No change there. Arana in that fourth spot. Wyatt. Again, these guys are now starting to put down some of their fastest laps. Robert Arano is his fastest, a 102.001. Aston Wyatt, a 102.036. It was Tyrone Kemper Jr., his best time, a 102.071. And it was a purple lap for the number 2 of Derek Wargo, a 101.896. Fastest kart out on the track.
Yeah, they're making the way out of the 2 sets of hairpins, making the way towards the double right-hander.
Yeah.
Coming down, it looks like somebody have stumbled some momentum. I think that may have been Ashton Wyatt. May have stumbled the momentum. They fall back into the 6th spot. That's good news for Kemper Jr. Finds himself up one more position, making the way out of that last set of hairpins, coming down towards the inside parts of the track. It is now a 4-kart battle for the lead. Harvick out in front, Young in P2. Wargo running in P number 3, and Arnada running in the 4th spot. Coming out of turn 15, heading towards, or 14, heading towards turn 15. Down across the line, we are now over 5 minutes into the books. Harvick out in front, Wargo still P2, Young P3, and a little bit of a break for Ashton's running in P number 4. Top 4 continue to run nose to tail, although top 3 continue to pull away. Harvick leading the way over Wargo and Young as they're making the way down that long stretch, heading towards that quick hairpin of turn number 5. See if there's a run now on Young. Young up to the back bumper of Harvick, decides to wait. He does not pass. Right behind, sorry, that was Wargo. Young running right behind in 3rd, so Wargo had a run on Harvick, decided to maintain where he was at, running in P number 2. We're over halfway, but we're not quite close enough to that 3-lap mark yet. Making the way down, this is the last heavy hairpin that we have, a good passing opportunity. No one tries to take it down on the inside. They all stay nose to tail. Harvick, Wargo, Young, top 3. Just off in the 4th spot is going to be Ashton Wyatt. He is in the catbird seat if anything happens at the top 3. Making the way through turn number 14. Everyone run that wide line on exit. Coming down to turn number 15. We are now over 6 minutes, so 2 minutes left till we get the 2 to go.
Talked to Keelan briefly. Dad's up in racing here in Texas as well this weekend. So what a great weekend for the Harvicks here in Texas so far. Keelan out there in front, although he's got Derek Wargo all over his back bumper, along with, I believe that's Jackson Young, as they come racing into turn number 6. Boy, under heavy braking there. Dive bomb to the inside. No changes now, heading through the inner part of the track here. There is one young fella, though, that's sitting in kind of that no man's land, and that's Aston Wyatt. Sitting back there in that 4th spot, just hoping something happens up here in front. Just a few more laps, I would imagine, to go. Waiting for him to come back around. How much time's already in the bank? Looks like we've got about another minute left. So I would believe that the next time they'll come by, they'll pick up those 2 to go.
Harvick now under attack, loses 2 spots. That's now Wargo to the pole, or sorry, to the point. Young goes to P2. Harvick able to maintain that 3rd spot. He has lost 2 positions. Now he's going to have to pray for the toe. That was probably the worst place for him to get past. The perfect place if you're Wargo and Young. They're able to open up a little bit of a gap, roughly 3 kart lengths, making the way down towards the hairpin of turn 5. Wargo out in front. Young in P2. Harvick trying to close back up from the 3rd position.
He didn't give up, that's for sure.
Equal spacing now for the top 3 as they make their way through the final double right-hander. Coming down towards that quick chicane before they get to that final hairpin, the left-hander turn 10. Let's see if Young tries to make a move. He was on the back bumper. He thought about it.
Yep.
Now he's going to have to settle. That's going to work out to the favor, though. Harvick now down by 1 kart length, making the way into that quick little left-hand before the final couple of corners. Coming into the heavy braking zone of turn 15. Everyone goes wide to the outside line. Beautiful shot of that corner. Make the way down to the line. We're over 8 minutes. So it's going to be either white or 2 to go this next time by. Harvick continues around the back bumper. Meanwhile, Jackson Young just went purple. P number 2, pushing the back bumper of Derek Wargo, is now the fastest kart out on track. I say that, look at Harvick though. He is on the back bumper now of P2 of Young. Young now, is he going to look to the inside? Here comes Harvick. Harvick makes up 1 spot. Is he going to go for 2? Hard of the braking. Harvick now out on point. Is he going to swing wide? Here comes Young trying to see if he can't have a pass back on Wargo. Wargo now is going to have to hold on because now they're all shaken up. Harvick back on point. We got roughly 2 laps to go here. Ron John.
What a tremendous job there for Keelan. Just a little late braking there heading into that last turn there. Able to dive bomb down to the inside, get around the other 2 drivers. It'll put Wargo right behind him, along with Young right behind Wargo. As once again, here they come. They're going to come around this time, I believe, and pick up the 2 to go at the start finish. So 2 more laps here. Great run now down through the S's as they'll turn once again and head down that backstretch. That long run where Keelan was able to late break there going into turn number 6. Able to get to the inside and then walk his way all the way to the top. In the meantime, it looks like catchback's the son of a gun, isn't it? What goes around comes around. 3 wide coming out of that turn. Still Wargo, Harvick, Young. In the meantime, there's some other guys that are getting a little closer. I don't know if there's enough time, obviously, but let's just see what happens with these top 3.
Yeah, Harvick got passed twice. Now Harvick's he was in 3rd. Now he's trying to go for 2nd. Sends it up on the inside. I believe that was Wargo now. Is going to have to fall back to the 3rd spot. Young still out in front, making their way down this stretch, heading up into the left-hander for the heavy braking point.
Wargo first.
Wargo out in front. Oh, now Young. Young is going to be on front. He tries on the inside. I say that. Now Wargo is going to go door-to-door for 2nd. Across the line, white flag is out. Harvick back on point. Harvick now leads into the chicane. Heading over into the turns 1 and 2, followed by a quick snap at turn number 3. Now they're coming up into the double right-hander of turn number 4. Out of turn 4, Harvick on point. Here comes the best passing point. Young on the back bumper. He is pushing. Harvick not going to try to make a move. Let's see if Wargo tries to pop out. He's running in P3. Heavy braking, both go down to the inside to defend, Harvick and Young. Wargo working that 3rd spot. You got a couple more chicanes to try to make a move if you're in Wargo's position. If you're in Young, you're trying to size up Harvick. Harvick is trying to hold on to that inside line in all corners. Through the double right-hander, coming into the hairpin.
Here comes a shot at a pass here. Nope,
yep.
Thought better of it.
Thought about on the high line was Young. Young can't get it done. Young tries for the crossover. Harvick loses 1, almost 2 spots. Here comes Wargo for 2nd. Harvick falls back to 3rd. They are now nose to tail coming into the final couple of corners. Down to the quick left-hander. Now here comes the hairpin of the right. Harvick goes for 1, overshoots for 2, and that's going to be a pass back for Wargo. A little bit of contact there between Wargo and Harvick, which means it's going to leave Young out in front to score the win for heat number 1. Young is going to take the win. Wargo finishes in P2. Keelan Harvick in P3. How about Tyrone Kemper Jr. was running back in the 7th and 8th spot, was able to pick off a couple of positions to finish in 4th, and Paxton Tyson rounds out the top 5.
Wow. Good stuff right there. What a great run and battle amongst our top 3 right there. Good, clean racing. Yeah, a couple of incidences where there was a little bit of contact, but nonetheless, these 3 put on quite a show there. Congratulations to all 3 of them. Congratulations to all the drivers. Everyone out here. Beautiful day. Thank goodness the sun has kind of disappeared for us. The breeze is wonderful. So again, that'll wrap it up for our 206 cadets brought by Ferris Mowers. Thank you for your sponsorship.
And with that, we're going to send it to commercial break. When we come back, we have 206 juniors still yet to come, followed by KA senior. Don't go anywhere.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products Easy GP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Well, welcome back here to TSRS round number 2 with the main sponsor of this series being Action ETX. Auction ETX. I will get that right eventually. Thank you to Auction ETX for all you do here for TSRS and all the sponsors that are involved. Right now, we're about to get underway with our 206 Junior. This is the second to last class race of the afternoon, third to last event to run. This is sponsored by Seville Electric. Without them, we would not have this awesome class that is 206 Junior. It may not be one of the biggest classes here, but it sure is one of the tightest. They have all been running very competitive lap times, making the way. About to get the green flag this next time by. Again, 8 minutes plus 2 laps. The leader of that time frame gets a checkered flag, and they will then send them down to heat number 2. They'll be ran here tomorrow. Everyone better be doing their non-rain dance here tonight because it looks like there's a high chance of rain starting this afternoon going all the way into tomorrow. So let's hope for a try day tomorrow. But if it's wet, we know that's going to be very interesting because the rain is the great equalizer. Coming down to the line through the acceleration cones. Green flag is out. Your leader of Sawyer Rossell is going to lead the way over Jensen Harrell.
All right, as our leaders just now coming through turn number 5, heading for 6 down that long backstretch. Yeah, our pole sitter here for that group, Sawyer Rossell. I tell you what, he's got a bunch of friends out there on all over his back bumper now as they head down into the infield part of the track here. I think that's Jensen Harrell that's all over his back bumper there. Again, hard to see the numbers, obviously, from where we're located here. Pretty good distance out to the track. Really helps when they come back by the timing and scoring loop. And as they come by here in front of us, here it's going to be the 406 still out there in front. Yes, that's Sawyer Rossell. Preston Pico now up into that second spot. Good run there for Preston so far in the 499. Reagan Seville went purple that time. The 419, a 105.975 to a 105.992 for the leader. Alfred Alvarez del Castillo in the 4th position. Jensen Harrell now in 5th. Ian Columbus 6th. Shelby Ramirez in that 7th position. Jacob Pollock in 8th. It's Michaela Bradley now in the 9th position, and Joseph McCreate in the 10th spot so far. Just getting underway here for our 206 Juniors. Sponsored by our friends at Seville Electric. As you can see, our top 4 are trying to make a little bit of a break here. No change in that top 4 that last time by. Actually, and probably in the top 7. I don't believe I saw any passes out there amongst our top 7. We'll see as they come back around. No, Caleb, that time everybody pretty much remained the same. I don't believe we had any changes. Although, yes, we did. We had Alfred Alvarez del Castillo actually move up into that 4th spot, dropping Ian Columbus back down. Excuse me, Ian moved up a spot, dropping Jensen Harrell back down into the 6th spot, allowing Ian Columbus to move up into the 5th. Once our leaders, tight little pack of 4. Looked like somebody was going to look down to the inside, perhaps try to make a move. All right, once again, leaders just now coming again onto the front stretch. Looks like perhaps this time we're definitely going to have a different leader. Looks like Pico has gotten around, and that's going to drop Roussel back into the 3rd spot. It'll move Reagan Seville. Reagan now up into that top spot, but it was Preston. The 499, it went purple, the 104.286. Good run there, and also a best lap there for Jensen Harrell with a 104.464. Again, you can follow right along with the times, scoring and timing on Race Hero. Of course, follow us on Kart Chaser. We're live, baby. Right, as you can see out on the track, our group of 3 has now become about 7. So things are starting to heat up just a little bit more. We've got about 4 minutes left to go here, plus the 2 laps. So just as we expected, the guys got out in front, kind of battled up a little bit, and in the meantime, that allowed the rest of the crew to kind of make their way up there, although the 3 have about a maybe 2 kart length difference between this 3rd and 4th place driver. But look at them as they head down that backstretch, nose to tail.
Yeah, leaders making their way down towards turn number 5, nose to tail, the top 3, probably the closest battle we've seen on track. The pass that was made that put Sawyer Russell back a couple positions, he actually ran wide coming out of turn 15, got a couple wheels on the grass. Just kills your momentum when you don't have the outside tires able to grip up like they normally do. Like you said, we're about to have a 7, possibly 8 kart battle for the lead, making the way through that quick chicane, coming to the last hairpin. There's a pass for the lead. Down on the inside, there goes Reagan Savell, able to move up 1 more position. That's going to push Preston Pico back 1 more position, making sure I got the names correct. Coming into that big old left-hand sweep before coming into that final hairpin. Everyone's pushing and shoving now. They're getting close to each other. And I'm pretty sure the top 2 just might pull away as they looked like they got shot out of a cannon coming out of that last hairpin in turn 15. They've now opened up about probably 7 or 8 kart length advantage between Pico running in P number 2 and Sawyer Russell, who's trying to claw back up to lead, who's running in P number 3. So there's already a bit of a division. The top 2 got to be careful, though. You're cutting all sorts of air when you're running nose to tail like that. So the 3rd placement of Sawyer Russell, I'm sure, is on the chip halfway down the straightaway. Maxed out RPM coming into turn 15. There's a pass that looks like to be for the 6th position. 7 up into 6. That was Shelby Ramirez able to get around Ian Columbus, moving up 1 more spot. Nose to tail the top 2. There goes that 5-6 kart battle for P number 3. And there's the 2 leaders making their way through the chicane. We're going to burn 1 more lap. It's going to be roughly about 6 minutes and probably 27 seconds to come across the line.
Be pretty exciting for Reagan Seville to win the race here, considering that it is sponsored by Seville Electric. Don't know if there's any connection there or not, but certainly names are the same, so I would imagine that it might be mom and dad sponsoring the group out there. So a great run so far for Reagan. Reagan up 3 spots, started in the 4th spot, now resides in the 1st position. Although he definitely has company with Preston Pico right there on the back bumper. And Sawyer Russell again went purple the last time, a 103.822. So Sawyer solidly in that 3rd position. Seemed like that has definitely been the place to pass there, coming out of 6 and 7. Through the S's, through the inside interior part of the track here. I thought perhaps maybe the lap or so that they were going to be able to pull out just a little bit, but not at all. All of a sudden it went from 2 guys to now 5 guys.
Yeah, it looks like Sawyer Russell has done a great job leading that 2nd pack back up to the leaders. Top 2 making the way into turn 14, I should say, followed by 15. Now, there's the group. 1, 2, 3 kart breakaway, followed by 4 and 5. So now, plus another 2-pack running right behind that. 2 laps to go this time by. Savell leads over Preston Pico, running in P number 2. And on the back bumper, Sawyer Russell able to close back up and running in P number 3. Alfred is now running in P number 4, followed by Jensen Harrell. So the top 5 are now fairly close to each other. Top 3 coming down. Here comes a pass. Russell now trying to see if he can't get his nose on the inside of Preston Pico. He is able to get his nose in. Is he able to hold on to it? As of now, yes. But that's going to bunch back up the top 5. It is now a 5 kart battle for the lead. It is still Reagan Savell out in front, but here comes Sawyer Russell, able to make up what he lost up into P2. Now he's trying to go back to being on point. That's where he started from. That's where he's trying to go to. There's a pass for the 3rd. That was Alfred able to get around Preston Pico now, who is now falling back 1 more position. Top 2 pulling away. Again, looks like they get shot out of a cannon when the battle starts to happen in the back parts of that main pack. Top 2 coming down to the white flag. Reagan Savell trying to hold on, but Sawyer Russell, who was able to close the gap back up after going off track, finds himself within about a half a car length of your leader, making their way through the chicane. Now coming into turns numbers 3, then 4. Back bumper. Let's see if he's going to make a move. Look for Savell to defend the inside line. She does. She moves down to the back bumper. Goes Roussel. Roussel tries to go for the crossover. Peeks up high. Here comes Reagan trying to see if she can't try to defend the outside line. Oh, contact there in the mid-pack battle. Leaders now trying to see if they can't sort themselves out. Roussel still running at P number 2, down by half a cart length. Reagan Savell able to hold on a little bit longer. She needs about a half a lap left to get the checker flag for the first heat win. Half a car length is the gap between Reagan and Sawyer,
Wow,
making the way
he
through the
comes.
final couple of corners.
She's
Their
gonna
nose to
have to
tail.
protect.
She's down to the inside. To the outside line goes Roussel. Roussel can't make it. Can he try the crossover coming out of turn 15?
He's definitely set
Reagan
himself up
goes
to try.
wide. Roussel to the inside. Not enough to get it done. It is going to be Reagan Savell taking the win here for heat number 1. P number 2, very close, goes to Sawyer Roussel, who tried to make it back up after he lost a couple of positions. P number 3 is going to go to Preston Patico. P number 4 is going to go to Alfred Alvranze de Castello. P number 5 goes to Ethan Columbus. P number 6 goes to Jason Harrell. P number 7 goes to Shelby Ramirez. P number 8 goes to Michaela Bradley. P number 9 is going to be Joseph McCreet. P10 goes to Jacob Polak. And that is going to be all the carts that started here. There were 10 that goes on. We're going to go to one more commercial break. When we come back, we have the final 2 heat races, your KA100 Senior. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned as we're going to continue to race on here this afternoon with 2 more heat races.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
And welcome back here to TSRS round number 2, sponsored by Auction ETX. That is our title sponsor here for TSRS this season of 2022. About to get underway with one of our highlight events. This is going to be our KA100 Senior. KA100 Senior and 206 Senior were our 2 biggest classes. And this is going to be the final one of the afternoon of heat number 1. Making the way out on track. Again, this is going to be 2 heats. We got A versus B. And then after that, we got group number 2 of B versus C. So we still have about roughly 20 minutes of more racing here left to go.
Yeah,
About to watch
quite a big group.
Quite a big group. Aiden Rudolph and Alex Stanfield are going to lead the way.
Oh, wow.
We got the 2 on the front row. 2 guys who have a lot of experience when it comes to national racing.
Certainly do.
And Aiden Rudolph has a lot of experience when it comes to racing here on this track. He's probably got a good fan base as well. I think he's got some excellent help there from Jake French. I'm sure he's on the sideline watching and waiting to see what happens here. Making the way out of the last
good.
major
These guys
passing
really
point.
taking their time trying to get it right.
Yeah, they're trying to, I don't know if they're trying to delay the start and hope for some rain or what. They're making their way out of the final couple of corners, heading down to the start-finish straight. Again, Rudolph and Stanfield is your front row. Rudolph in the Burrell. Stanfield in that green Tony Kart. Making the way down to the line at a crawl. Eyes on the starter. Through the acceleration cone. Green flag is out, and they're rolling down into turn number 1. It looks like it's going to be an early lead, major lead there from your pole sitter of Aiden Rudolph. Stanfield looks like he got shuffled back a little bit. There's another pass back. I believe that was going to be Noah Baker, able to get his nose up there. Starting in the 3rd spot is not going to be on point. Rudolph falls back to P number 2. Coming down into turn number 5. Stanfield able to recover and go back to P3. Oh, a little bit of contact. One kart goes around out of turn number 5. Looks to be, I think that's a Timmy Tech comp kart. Got turned around. All the other drivers still going nose to tail. It's a 2-kart breakaway out in front. Aiden Rudolph, Noah Baker, 1 and 2. Stanfield, P number 3. Not too far behind there. I believe that's Drew Campbell, able to recover in the 5th position on the back bumper. Making their way down into turn 14. Rudolph all over the back bumper of his teammate of Noah Baker.
Right then, I believe it was Baker that had gotten around Rudolph as they were coming through turn number 14. So we've got a new leader. It's Noah Baker up to the top. Aiden Rudolph now in 2nd. Alex Stanfield in the 3rd spot. Josiah Tracy now in 4th. Vinny Miskellis in the 5th position. Adam Rylands right now in 6th. It's Braden Robertson in the 7th position. 8th is Drew Chappelle. And Cameron Steller right now in the 9th spot. And our 10th position will go to Peyton McDonough. Peyton in the 10th position right now.
Yeah, there's all sorts of racing happening right now. The top 4 have gotten really close to each other. That is no longer Noah Baker out in front. That is now Rudolph. Baker got shuffled back. Stanfield also got shuffled back. We got a 4-kart all-out duke for the lead right now. Baker, Rudolph, Stanfield, Tracy, all going back and forth. I think Tracy is up into P number 2, right behind Baker's, and make their way through turns 15 now coming up. Sorry, 14 now coming up into 15. Here comes, that was Stanfield. Get his nose in there. He is trying to go for P number 3. Cross the line. Baker still out in front. Tracy P2, Rudolph P3, Stanfield P4, and now Vinny Miskelli in P number 5 is a fast kart on track, and he is not too far off that front 4-pack. Making the way out of turns number 4, now coming down to turn number 5. Up on the wheel is Josiah Tracy, trying to see if he can't get a good run. All up to the back bumper of Baker. He's trying to push him out as far as he can. Now here comes Rudolph. Rudolph sits up on the inside line, and now trying to follow is going to be Stanfield. Stanfield up into the mix. He's trying to now do a crossback, coming down the inside. He is going to take that 3rd spot away. That is going to be of Josiah Tracy falls back, and now Tracy is going to fall into the grips of Vinny Miskelli, who is also into the mix. Now here comes a pass back. Miskelli sends it up 2 karts for 1, able to get around Baker. Now he's trying to see if he can't get around. That is going to be Tracy now running in the 3rd spot. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders are starting to pull away. All out battle out of nowhere. That 2nd pack starts to close back up, and it is a beehive coming down the line. Meanwhile, it is Rudolph out in front, Baker P2. Tracy, for now, is in P3 with Stanfield P4. There's still all sorts of carnage going on behind him.
No kidding, but look at the gap that they were able to actually pull out while a lot of that was going on back behind them. Probably about a 10-kart gap there, but they got their heads down, open those folks up there, open up a little bit of the air as they go running down into turn number 6, now towards 7. Been pretty much the passing area throughout the day. So Aiden is taking back over the lead. That's Noah Baker right there in that 2nd position. Josiah Tracy, I believe, right now in 3rd. Can't miss that bright orange helmet there with the dark suit in the 3rd position. 4th all over his back end is Alex Stanfield. All right, just a couple of laps in so far. We've got about 4 minutes left to go here. Our top 2 still trying to make a gap here between the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place drivers. Again, it was about 6 or 8 kart difference. As I look out there on the track now, it's starting to close that gap just a little bit. Looks like Stanfield and Tracy have decided to go ahead and work together, and I say that, and there goes Alex Stanfield to the inside. Just when I thought perhaps they had figured this out, we'll work together. Nope, I'm going right around you, pal. So now Alex up into that 3rd position. But Aiden Rudolph, little home cooking so far.
Yeah, Rudolph has been in command from the start. Actually got passed back a couple of times there in the first couple of laps. Baker holding on to P number 2, trying to see if he can't run him back up. Now P3 of Alex Stanfield. He finally got some clean track in front of him, a little bit of separation. I say that too soon, though, because Josiah Tracy is breathing down his neck. If he can make it out of this hairpin, I think that P number 3 of Stanfield has a good shot at trying to make his way up the field. Tracy's been nothing but occupied by Braden Robinson, running in P number 5, trying to see if maybe he can get his nose in the top 4. There's a beautiful shot. There's 3rd and 4th. That is Stanfield and Tracy running a P4. Tracy, he's got his hands full right now, trying to defend off of Braden Robinson. This is working into the favor of Alex Stanfield. He just needs clean track right now. He's the fastest Kart on track. He's faster than Rudolph, faster than Baker. What he needs is some clean space in order to catch back up to P number 2 of Baker. And then he's going to have to hope he can push Baker back up to Rudolph, because Rudolph's still holding on to a fairly decent lead from about 4 or 5 Kart lengths. This time across the line, over 5 minutes in. It's going to be over 6 minutes next time by. Still probably about 5 laps to go here for your second to last heat race this afternoon. Again, this is KAA versus B, sponsored by Exertech. Making their way down the backstretch once more. There's a little bit of a run for P number 2. Noah Baker trying to see if he can't work his nose in on the inside of Rudolph. Not close enough to make a move. Now Stanfield has joined the show. Alex Stanfield is closed in and not too far back. Josiah Tracy and Braden Robinson have calmed down just a little bit, just enough to close back up. We're about to see a 5-Kart battle for the lead here shortly, with roughly 4 laps to go this next time by. Down into the final hairpin before we get down to the inside parts of the track closest to us. Stanfield working the back bumper of Baker. Coming down through turns number 14 or 13, not coming down to 14. Change for the second spot. There goes Stanfield up into P2. Now he's going to have Baker behind him. Is Baker going to work, or is he going to battle? Through the chicane of turns 1 and 2, followed by the quick snapback at turn number 3. Over into turns number 4, followed by 5, to the long run of turn 6. Here comes the toe. Stanfield is in the toe. He's in the tuck. He's trying to close back up. He's doing so. Down to half a car length. Now he's trying to go for the lead. To the inside goes Stanfield, and now going to follow goes Baker. Baker tries to pass back, goes for the crossover. Rudolph falls back into P2. Rudolph now has got to go to work. See if he can get around Stanfield. P3, Noah Baker is watching this all go down and not too far back. 3-Kart battle. Now to the inside goes Rudolph. Rudolph's bringing company, because there goes Baker. Baker can't get it done. Stanfield holds on to P2. Baker now is going to have company. Here comes Joshua Tracy. Braden Robertson. We got a 5-Kart battle for the lead here, Ron John.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere, here we go. Boy, and what a group right up there in the front. Those top 5 are doing it. We're getting 2 to go. 2 more laps here for our KA 100s. Brought to you by Exertech. This is TSRS round number 2 here in New Caney, Texas. At SpeedSportz Park here. Boy, look at this. 3 wide going into turn number 6. Are they going to be all able to come out? I believe that's going to be Noah Baker that ends up in the front. Noah with Stanfield all over his back bumper. Josiah Tracy now ends up in that 3rd spot, dropping Aiden all the way back to 5th. So Braden Robertson able to get around Aiden Rudolph and push Aiden back to that 5th spot. And I say that, and then Aiden's going to dive bomb to the inside, get around him here, coming back onto the front stretch once again. Side by side, white flag, last lap.
That is going to be Baker and Stanfield leading the way as they make their way in through the quick little chicanes, followed by the double right-hander of 4 and 5. Out of the final time, they're going to go on this long back straightaway. Baker out in front, Stanfield in second. P number 3 is Josiah Tracy. Tracy's the highest he's been all race long. And P number 3 to the inside. There goes Stanfield, gets his nose in, and here comes Tracy to the outside. They are 3 wide, lining up for the second chicane, and Tracy tries to cross over again. Baker falls back, is up front to 3, and now that is going to be 3 wide once more. Baker, Stanfield, and Tracy not too far back, though. Rudolph able to close back up. Rudolph's going for the pass inside of Tracy. Tracy rolls the outside line, and here comes 5th placement of Robertson, trying to see if he can't get up into the mix. 2 karts out in front. Stanfield trying to see if he can't get a crossover on Baker. Bakeover goes to the inside line, making the way out.
Gonna be a drag
Here
race.
comes it again. There it goes. That's going to be Tracy to the inside line. 3 wide across the line.
Whoa!
Tracy gets it. Josiah Tracy didn't lead a single lap until the start-finish straight. Takes the win. Aiden Rudolph comes from 5th to 2nd. P number 3 goes to Alex Stanfield. Noah Baker 4th. And Braden Robertson rounds out the top 5. How about that, Ron John?
That's some good fun right there. Wow. That's usually my favorite word right after a freaking good race is always wow. That was phenomenal. Those guys did a phenomenal job. Some really, really good side-by-side racing, some really good passing as well. But what a gaggle of karts coming out of 15 and onto the front stretch once again. Wow. All right, I think we got one more of these to go.
Yeah, we got one more to go and one more commercial break to go. This is the last one of the afternoon, so stay tuned because next up is the final heat race this afternoon, KA100 Senior, C versus D. Don't go anywhere as we thank our sponsors.
Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here for the final race of the afternoon. This is going to be your KA100 Senior, and this is also sponsored by Exertech. Again, final heat race of the afternoon. Looks like we are going to beat the weather. There is some rain in the forecast here this afternoon into the evening.
Wow.
Let's hope it stays clean tomorrow. You know what? Rain is a state of mind.
That's
so
right.
if you don't think about it, it's not going to happen. Ethan Ardnott is going to start in P number 1 next to Cole Click. Cole Click in P number 2. JD Lamp is going to start in the 3rd spot next to Logan McDonald. P number 5 is going to go to Adrian Cruz. P6 is going to be Xander Rogers. P number 7 goes to Brooke Berry. P8 goes to Tyler Stevens. P number 9 is going to go to Rafael Toledo. And P10 is going to go to Jake Faulkner. That is going to be your top 10 for KA100. C versus D. These are broken up into 4 groups. Group A, B, C, D. You have A race races B race, C race races D, and then tomorrow it'll be A versus C and then D versus E or something like that.
Gotcha.
I'm not good at the alphabet. I usually mix up all my letters. All I know, all 27 letters of the alphabet. Plus the 5
You're
numbers
brilliant.
involved. Absolutely. Drivers now making their way out of the final couple of corners. Some guys trying to get some heat to the tires. The clouds decided to come back out, so there is a shadow over the track.
Yes, there
Which
is.
means it's going to cool things off, make some good racing.
Whoa.
A little bit of pushing and shoving, never hurt nobody on the warm-up lap. Coming down the line, green flag is out. We're rolling into turn number 1. It looks like it's going to be Stevenson trying to keep that lead door to door, but I think it's going to be P number 2. If I'm not mistaken, that was going to be Click. Cole Click makes his way into P number 1 now, out in front over Stevenson out in front. Ranjan?
That was a heck of a start there, too. Have to wait for them to come back around once again. They get so far away, it's kind of hard to see their numbers. Sometimes it's even hard to see the doggone helmets just right, but here they come. Does look like perhaps Peyton McDonough has ended up back in that 4th position for Peyton. Once again, one of our racers from over in NOLA. Great to see them here this weekend as well, battling. Both he and Logan, his brother. In the meantime, I believe he sits in that. Wait for him to come back around. All right, going to be Cole Kleck out front. Ethan Art in that 2nd position. Xander Rogers right now in 3rd. Tyler Stevens in 4th. Going to be J.D. Lampling in that 5th position. As I say that, it's actually Logan McDonough back down to 6th now. Brooke Berry in that 7th spot. Looks like we're perhaps going to have a pass for the lead there. And it's going to be Ethan Art getting around Cole Kleck. Our top 2 trying to gap the field right here. Already about a 5, maybe 10 cart length difference between 2nd and 3rd. And as I say that, it may come down just a little bit as they go racing down the front stretch once again. The 9-10 kind of taking a look over his shoulder. That's Xander Rogers there taking a look. Brooke Berry went purple the last time by. Brooke with a 56.447. Once again, another change for the lead going into 6. And I say that, it was one of those over and under deals. And Ethan Art able to get right back around Cole Kleck. All right, our leaders once again just now getting ready to turn through turns number 14 here. And then 15 on to the front stretch. Once again, still out in front, Ethan Art, Cole Kleck.
Ethan Art actually just got passed by Cole Kleck.
He sure did. And I was about to say, too, that Brooke Berry had once again gone purple that last time by. Continues to have a fast card out there for Brooke.
Yeah, she definitely does. We're going to watch the leaders as they make their way down the backstretch. Cole Kleck running in that Burrell. There's a battle. That is going to be for the 3rd and 4th spot. That is Xander Rogers and Brooke Berry. Berry able to get around into the P number 3. And that's going to be Rogers falling back in the 4th spot. So maybe she has been fast all weekend long. Might see her be able to work together. A couple of these guys running behind her to catch back up to the top 2. Although top 2, as they have been swapping positions back and forth, they have been the quickest carts out on track besides Brooke Berry, who's the one who's purple. But the way that they've been passing each other, they haven't been losing a lot of momentum. So you can see a good shot. Brooke Berry leading the pack running from behind. That is J.D. Lamping, Tyler Stevens, and Adrian Cruz running behind. Now your leaders make the way across the start-finish straight. You can see at the top of the screen, there they are, making the way through the chicane. That is Cole Kleck in front of Ethan Arnott, running in P number 2. Getting Cole Kleck running in that Burrell. Arnott, one of the natives here running, and I believe that's a Tony Carter's to make their way down the backstretch. Coming into turn number 6. No passing, a little bit of defending there from your leader of Cole. There's a good shot of that mid-pack. Brooke Berry slowly starting to pull away. She's opened up probably about a 4 or 5 car length advantage between herself and Xander Rogers, who is running in P number 4. So we may see a 3-car battle here shortly if the top 2 don't settle down just a little bit. Arnott now out in front. Click now into P number 2, so there was a pass for the lead. We're coming up. We got 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the books. So they come across the line, probably gonna be about 4:45 to 4:50, so we still got plenty of time, just over halfway. Across the line, there is the swap on the board. Sorry, there's Cole Kleck running out in front with Ethan Arnott running at P number 2. Brooke Berry in P number 3. Fastest lap goes to Cole, ran a 55.819. Fastest lap for Ethan was a 55.858. So their top 2 definitely quick. Brooke is definitely closing up to the top 2, but I don't think she's going to have enough time as she has no help. It's her by herself trying to close back up to leaders as they continue to battle back and forth. There was a pass for the 4th spot. That was J.D. Lamping able to get around Xander Rogers. Looks like it's going to hold on to how it is. Rogers going to have to settle in for the 5th spot. Lamping now works his way up to P number 5. You can see Berry slowly starting to pull back up to the leaders. That is his ticket to the main show. He is trying to see if he can't catch on to that ride. But it looks like the train has left the station. She's starting to pull back up to the 2 leaders. Meanwhile, the conductors of the train, of Click and or not, are sitting very comfortably in first class as they continue to go back and forth, pulling away from the rest of the field. Across the line, it is going to be 5 minutes and 40 seconds in the books. So still plenty of time as J.D. Lamping just went purple. He had a fantastic last lap. He went a 55.717. That's about a 10th faster than your 2 leaders of Click and are not. Making their way down the backstretch. There's the 2. Looks like we got separation now between Click and are not. So Click is comfortably in the lead. There is the battle for the 4th position. That is led by J.D. Lamping. Rogers running in P number 5. Stevenson in P6. Cruz in the 7th spot.
All right, continuing the battle out there. I can't help but notice how much of a gap now our top 2 drivers have put over the 3rd place driver. I believe that's Brooke that continues in that 3rd spot. The other guys racing back behind are not able to get it together and work their way up and maybe push their way up towards the top 2. But the top 2 right now probably out at least, I would say, maybe 2 seconds over the 3rd place driver as they go by. It's 2.3 second lead now between the 2nd place and 3rd place drivers. Time winding down. We're at almost the 7-minute mark here, so a couple of minutes left, and then a couple of more laps after that. So again, that battle continues. Out in front, Cole Kleck and Ethan Arndt. They've been going back and forth, but they've been really fast when the 2 are working together and able to put out a pretty good distance there over the 3rd place driver. In the meantime, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th still continue the battle. Looking back even further, the back of the pack continuing to try to improve their positions. Just make their way up the leaderboard. All right, they're getting the 2 more laps to go. 2 to go for Cole Kleck. Ethan Arndt went purple that last time by. Ethan with a 55.624 to a 55.669 of the leader. So here we go, coming down that backstretch. Kleck just goes ahead and decides to kind of protect that inside. All right, once again, it looks like perhaps Kleck is still hanging on to that lead as they come back by the infield part of the track here. Just getting ready to go through turns number 13. Now they're going to go side by side. It's now going to be a drag race at the white flag right now. It's Arndt out in front, Kleck in 2nd. Still Brooke Berry hanging on to 3rd. Last lap.
Making the way through turns number 4, followed by 5, down this long run for the final time. This is going to be Kleck's best opportunity. He is in the tow, making his way down the line. He looks to the inside. Kleck is going to have to see if he can't not overshoot this corner as, a little bit of side contact there, never hurt nobody. Arnott decided that he was going to try to hold on. He's trying for the crossover move. He's on the outside line. Look for a dive bomb on the inside of the 2nd right-hander. He gets the door shut. Cole Kleck comfortably out in front by 2 kart lengths. Coming into the hairpin for the final time. This inside hairpin, one of the best passing opportunities. Brooke Berry now into view. She's down by about 3 or 4 kart lengths. These 2 out in front got to be smart. Although it's going to be Kleck who's comfortably out in front through the final couple of corners. They are not going to stall. Brooke Berry with a mega run comes down the line, and it's going to be Ethan Arnott taking the win. Cole Kleck comes across 2nd, and how about that for Brooke Berry? Went from not even being in the view to suddenly being within a kart length and a half of the 2 leaders when they came across the line, Ron John.
And actually, I believe it ended up, Cole Kleck ended up taking it right there at the line. Even though Ethan Arndt was right there, once again, ran another very fast lap. But again, Kleck, Arndt, Berry, Lamping, that is, Rogers, McDonough. Good run there for Logan, and ends up in the 6th spot. Adrian Cruz, 7th. Tyler Stevens, 8th. Jake Faulkner in the 9th position. And Keon Summers, the 969, will round out your top 10. What a day.
It has been a day, and it's also been a hot one. Hopefully it's going to be a dry one tomorrow. Before we sign off, I want to give a final thanks to all of the sponsors here for TSR Rex. That's Briggs Racing, Avinco, Helix Electric, Houston Freightliner, Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, got 4 Creek Pumping, Exertech, KRS, Ferris Mowers, Solid Electricity, CRD, Performance Stop, AIM, MyLapse, RLV, Ribtech, Stelio, DKC, Evans, Karting Depot, Core Karting, From the Ashes. Got Barsh, Race Hero, Speedstop, Studio 52, Scusa, Aspen, IKF, and IAMI. Thank you to all the sponsors. And finally, thank you to our lead sponsor. That is going to be Auction ETX.
Man, big shout out to all those sponsors, Caleb. They really bring everything together, don't they?
Yeah, they do. How does it feel, Trevor, to be behind the mic for the first time?
You know, well, actually, I was on mic earlier today. I don't know where you were at that point. I hopped on just for a second with Ron John to talk about our great membership program we have here. You know, I'm usually always here, right next to you, right next to the action, but I never hop on the mic that often. So, you know, I figured Xander's not here this weekend. I'm running the show. I'm gonna hop on mic. Xander can go do his thing. I'll go do my thing. But yeah, absolutely. Thank you to all of our sponsors and everything, and especially our sponsors here at Kart Chaser. They help us get all this stuff together. It's a lot of money to put this stuff on. Sure it takes a lot of a huge team, a lot of work, and we just want to say thank you to all those guys that give us that little boost that we need to keep it going, because we want to keep growing the sport here in the States. Just one last thing. We want to say thank you to everyone for watching today, and remember, we do have our premium membership for the main races tomorrow. I did mention earlier, you can get it on your laptop, on like just a regular old PC, or on an Android device. If you go onto the YouTube app or youtube.com, there is a join button right next to the subscribe. And if you're on iPhone, they now have added it to the iPhone. But because Apple wants a little cut of their money, it's not the $9.99. It's like $12.99 or $13.99 a month. So Apple wants a little cut. So you're able to do it on iPhone. It's a little more, but there's many other options. So we got every device available to do it now. And then we will be seeing you guys tomorrow morning. Let's see, we are going live. First heat race is to start at 9:40 a.m. So we're going to plan to go live at 9:40. Obviously, we've got a lot of weather coming in tonight. I think it's starting at like 7 or 8 o'clock tonight and just running through the next like 3 or 4 days. So hopefully we don't have any rain delays or anything like that, but we'll keep you updated in the morning. And thank you everyone for tuning in to the round 2 of TSRS at SpeedSportz. We'll see you guys tomorrow.